This broadcast is brought to you by The Gamesman, Motorsport Australia, Logitech G, Playseat, OG Gear, Max Pappas Innovations, SimSpeed TV, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
Hi guys, Lockie Dalton here from Tickford Racing. We're in our Wildcard Gen 3 car. Something really cool, what we've got here is our MPI sim wheel. So configured with our Logitech button box. As you can see, it is identical to our Gen 3 wheel. Really cool for the sim world and the supercar world as well. Can't wait to get home and use this. As you can see, you can nearly configure this exactly the same as we would have our supercars. So exact same material, something I'm really keen for.
Hi, I'm Jano Jada. I currently race GT3 in Australia. It's a cool brand. The socks and the gloves are quite cool, and it's good to use on the sim. High quality materials, and most importantly, comfortable. Quite cool to feel all the bits doing their job, and that's good.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
3 rounds down, 3 to go. Hard to believe we're at the halfway point of the 2025 Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. And as we welcome you to round 4 and the start of the second half of the campaign, we do so from one of the tracks most synonymous with long-distance endurance car racing in any form of motorsport. We're, of course, talking about, doesn't matter whether you're a sports car fan or not, you know this place. It is the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, France. It is the venue for round 4 of the campaign. It will complete our European swing before, of course, the championship will return to home turf for the final 2 rounds of the season. Beautiful conditions at Le Mans, and we've just got our fingers crossed. We're hopeful of a less chaotic night than what we had 7 weeks ago, the 3rd round of the campaign. Good evening, everybody. Zach Caban alongside Scott Rankin. Welcome to our live and exclusive coverage, and free of charge, I might add, right here on the SimSport Esports Network, SimSpeed Esports Network, I should say, of the Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. Zach Caban and Scott Rankin here alongside me. Good evening to you, Scotty. I must say, congratulations to you off the top. I was sitting here doing some homework, crunching some numbers and writing some notes earlier in the day. Had a wonderful opportunity to sit back and listen to yourself have a chat with the great man Brenton Hobson on the Paddock podcast, of course, previewing this round of the championship and reflecting on what we saw at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Still hard to believe how action-packed a night that was, and there's a lot to pick apart from all of that. There's a couple of talking points that you guys probably didn't cover off that I want to throw your way very shortly, but we've got our fingers crossed that things tonight are a little bit more tame in comparison to what we had a couple of weeks ago. And to be fair, given that we've had another 7 weeks to get our head around the new overhauled GT3 cars that we're steering tonight, hopefully that has been a good thing for these guys in getting acquainted and familiar and comfortable with the machinery they're steering.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one because, now we've gotten accustomed to the new tire model. We've been on it for a significant length of time, and this track's a little bit less punishing, whereas Spa was quite long, quite loaded. We're going to get breaks in that. I was talking to a few of the drivers midweek, and the information I was getting is there was a little bit of tyre wear that was going on back at Spa, but we're not going to get that here. But what that does mean is the tyre's going to have an opportunity to cool down. So we've walked through all of those tricky intricacies of learning a new tyre model and bringing ourselves and adjusting to it. And now we're walking into that new era where everyone's got a lot more confidence. I said to Brenton the other day, we're never going to have a round like Spa ever again. That is just such a unique set of circumstances. It's just not ever going to happen ever.
I'm holding you to that, by the way.
So, that's unique, but we were also due to have that first round on a wet tyre at some point, whenever that may happen. So, will we see similar? Maybe. That's the only question we've got to sort of try and resolve.
Let's have a look at where we're at. Of course, we've got about 6 minutes before the cars will be out there on the circuit for a 20-minute qualifying session. And that one's fraught with danger for obvious reasons as well. There we are, southwest of Paris, a venue that motor racing fans, motor racing personnel converge on normally each June, but we'll take a Friday night in August for our trip to this magnificent piece of motor racing real estate. 13.6 kilometres in length. This is the layout that has been in use since the year 2000. And, of course, 8.469 miles on the old scale. Now, it's interesting how two people can have vast different numbers on their list there, because we've got 33 turns on that map there. Wikipedia has 38. I'm not sure who's right. 13.626 versus 13.629. There's not much in that, but I can tell you one thing remains the same. It's a clockwise direction, and it is a 3-hour race, the journey ahead of us here this evening. Probably a good opportunity for us to have a look at the championship standings as we venture into this round. Because, Scott, it's interesting when you look at the form guide, and I want to talk about Mustang and Ferrari and who might be able to throw their hat into the ring here in just a moment. But as you take us through the championship points, mate, it's very clear who the favourites are, and that's Eclipse SimSport, the number 56 entry of Burst, Woods and Deeth. Those guys were formidable at Fuji, and then, of course, backed it up at Spa. What's interesting is they've used both their cars to their advantage so far, the Acura and the McLaren. We've had a Corvette win the opening round of the series for the Evolution Racing team as well. Can we see a 4th different manufacturer on top of the podium tonight?
Yeah, I think that'll be a unique opportunity to see if that's potentially possible. There is Acuras that are out there and going very, very quickly in qualifying trim at the moment, so expect them to be up and at the pointy end of the show. Manufacturers are going sort of everywhere. There's a few McLarens in the mix. You know, it's a little bit all over the place in terms of who's quick right now, but I think the Acuras are going to be fast yet again. This points graph, though, is really, really interesting. If you have a look at the number 17 car, think about the drive-through penalty and all the chaos that happened at the back end of Spa last time out. So they could be a touch further forward. They could be a little bit more in this championship fight. It could be maybe a two-way fight. They cost themselves quite a significant amount of points, but further down, it is quite tight. Remember, we've already been through 3 rounds. To see, you know, sort of a big drop-off from 5th place as we get further into that table is quite dramatic. But how about Team Max Boost? 10th spot in the points. I don't think they would have put themselves there at the start of the season, and that's significant.
Want to come back and analyse a bit more of that when we get a chance as the evening goes on. What's interesting in all of that, ladies and gentlemen, is the top 9 are covered by less than 200 points. And, of course, 200 being the maximum that any driver can walk away with later this evening after 3 hours of racing around here. 20-minute qualifying session. Now, that's interesting, Scott, because it's a near 4-minute lap around here. So you're not going to get too much in the way of flying laps, which is going to bring about a point of discussion within the teams, no doubt, prior to us going on air tonight, who qualifies and why. And the pressure is going to be on them to hit their markers from the outset and not miss a beat, because if you so much as botch a corner or a lap, it's a rod for your own back, because you're not going to get too many opportunities here.
It's about build that momentum, you know, make sure that you're picking your path through the traffic. It's going to be about drafting and draft manipulation, but also fuel saving. You can save a significant amount of fuel. At the end of the day, why do we see such aggressive fuel saving in GT3s? Well, if you're at the pointy end, you actually don't want to be leading. You don't want to qualify on pole and then lead away unless you can break away. And it is so difficult at this level. The cars are so close together. There's absolutely no way to break away. So you have so much of a pace offset that you pull away. So you can do it in fuel, you can do it in tires. That's why we see drafting games being played, because it's so much easier to do that. Middle and back of the pack, you've got to be a little bit more aggressive than that. Fuel saving and being patient doesn't necessarily always play out. So a little bit of a smarter game coming from the rear of the field about passive aggression. We're going to be talking about this passive aggression. It's aggression, but played out at all the right points in time. And the other thing in qualifying, you're going to need dance partners tonight. And dance partners that will work with you, because down all of those straights, if you can pick off a car each individual straight and then still be behind another one catching a draft, you'll be quicker and you won't be impeded in the braking zone by those cars as well, with a lack of downforce. So there's a lot to play with and to think about there. To get the perfect lap around here with draft takes just the right set of circumstances. You could see somebody that didn't expect themselves to be on pole.
It's a huge night of sport right around the country. Of course, we've got the Australians playing South Africa in the cricket. We've got 2 AFL matches, 2 NRL matches. But we hope that you'll stay with us until just after midnight Eastern Standard Time and give us your attention and your focus and join in the fun of the fair that is going to be 3 hours of horsepower heaven around the Circuit de la Sarthe. Practice about a minute away from conclusion. We'll launch then straight into qualifying. We're riding on board with John Peasnick at the moment, the Evolution Racing team. You just saw on the bottom right-hand side of your screen the track and weather conditions. They will vary throughout the course of the day, but we're not expecting any rain there. 24 degrees the ambient, 36 on track, partly cloudy conditions, 14 km/h winds in an easterly direction and 43% humidity at 12:59 in the afternoon. Now, one thing we can guarantee is, because the race server clock is set for a 2 p.m. race start, gone is that incredible spectacle that is associated with Le Mans, and that is the nighttime component. But, I mean, when you've only got 3 hours and all the rounds are running to the same regulations of local circuit server start time of 2 p.m., it's just part of the natural course of progression there that you can't please everybody. But one thing I want to have a look at here and get your thoughts on this, Scott. In fact, hold that thought, because the drivers are about to hit the circuit for qualifying. The clock has just expired on practice, and we're about to launch into a very important qualifying session, remembering that there will be 4 minutes burnt just on the outlap alone, then the first flying lap, then the gamble will be, do you come to pit lane and burn your second flying lap, chuck somebody else in, put a set of tyres on, go out and do another form and go lap? At most, you're only getting 5 laps out there, Scott, 4 of which will count. The warm-up lap will not, but this track is about to get very busy.
Yeah, I think getting off sequence as well. They talk about getting off sequence in the V8 supercars, and you don't want to do that. Here tonight, I think you do. The other thing is fuel. I think you want to fuel the car for the entire session. And the reason I say that is I want to run all 5 laps. I want to be out there and give myself the opportunity to run 5 hard laps at this thing. And the reason I say that is the tires are reasonably good for that whole time period, provided you don't cook them. So what happens is if you get out there, you run an okay first lap, then they're up to temperature on the second lap. Then you take a cool down lap on lap number 3, then you go again on lap number 4. So provided you give yourself the opportunity to do so. So I reckon everyone's going to fill themselves for 5 flyers here.
All right. Who's your money on and why?
I think it's really tough to go past the 56 car. They've just been that consistent, that quick.
Correct.
This season. Look, to be honest with you, though, the 17 car did nick pole last time out, so they were quick right at the back end of the session, stuck the lap together. Could it be Arik? Could it be Van der Waal who finds some speed? They weren't quick in practice. Well, they were quick, but they were just a touch off sort of things in terms of practice. So whether or not that was draft assisted, I don't know. I'm just taking a quick look at the 69 car. Byron Phillips has actually got massive damage to the rear end of that car on the outlap. That's going to be a car that will have to come back to pit lane for some repairs. Yeah, there it goes on the curbs.
Oh, no. Byron
the left
Phillips.
rear tyres off it.
And that's a huge blow to those guys. 69 will be heading back to pit road, clicking the repair button, and then trying to get out there and salvage something. So already there's a story, there's a narrative to follow throughout the course of this evening. Our producer Jay Kennedy in our ears just saying they've done it all on their own. Let's have a look at the OG Gear replay to explain why. Yep, indeed, that was the case. Bang. Oh, and did well. The oncoming traffic did well to avoid.
Yeah, they all recognise, but that's how difficult it is to get off the grid. So
one thing we hope that we don't have tonight, Scott, is a safety car deployment, because it's a lot of padding to be done around here if we do get a safety car intervention tonight. Mate, we're still on the warm-up lap for this qualifying session here, so I may as well ask you now, who are the surprise packets for you so far this season? Because we're at that point of the championship where we start discussing not just the championship contenders, and it's a very handsome little buffer of 64 points, I should say, that the Eclipse SimSport entry enjoys at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. And then a logjam behind that, 116 points covers the next 8. We're at that point of the season now where we talk about not only championship contenders, but those that are out of contention through bad luck and misfortune, who might not necessarily factor into the points equation, but can make or break it for the would-be contenders around them.
Look, like I said, the big one was that 91 car with the Team Max Boost entry. They're outperforming where they should expect to be. Nothing against Kane Ryder, Ocean, Colin Gilo, and the rest of the drivers that we've seen from that team thus far, but they are definitely outperforming where they should be. I also talked on the podcast the other day about the Front Beat Juiced outfit. I think they're also outperforming a little bit, up in 15th and 16th in points. That's a phenomenal day for those teams. They'll be really, really happy with the way that that's gone in terms of things. So very happy for those guys. I think there's also a couple other teams that are up there and in the pointy end and inside the top 10 that are just getting back together, just getting in the flow of things, but have had a strong program for a number of years. So, anything from really, I think the Rita Esports and the Van der Waal cars, which we've seen great results out of, but we've seen splash in the pan kind of results. So I'm really actually keen. I got the opportunity to catch up and meet Josh Anderson and just chat to him and at length about his 86 career. And that was insightful, as he always is, just open to chatting about it. So he'd be brilliant to see doing well yet again.
Indeed he will be. Let's ride on board with Harrison Lewis as qualifying gets underway. This is the critical lap for a guy that really impressed in the last round of the series at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. That podium finish, that's what he was aiming for, as Scott said in the podcast, talking with Brenton Hobson earlier in the week. Hobbo will be just hoping to make it through more than 15 minutes this time round, of course. Not that he needed any extra reminding of that, thanks to you, by the way. But looking forward to seeing how Harrison backs up the result there, which was strong with what he might bring to the table here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. But it's an interesting thing, isn't it, mate? Because the rounds are so spaced out, I find it hard to believe that there's any possibility of taking any sort of momentum and running with it round on round unless you are the championship leader, right or wrong?
Yeah, look, absolutely. You've got to try and keep your flow going on. I think one of the biggest things that Hobbo sort of expressed was how little time he's had to actually put into the new GT3 model. And he was very, very surprised with the pace that they were able to pop out of that straight away. So that was a little bit of, oh, hey, look, we popped out, we're actually not a bad position. And then sort of the practice and the lack of practice kind of kicked in, I guess is one of the ways to sort of think about it. Zach Rattray-White, we saw this shot last time out in the dying stages of the race and what it meant to him to make contact with his teammate under yellow flag conditions, get a drive-through penalty for that. But yeah, I think consider this year really as a really interesting piece. We've just had the Gen 3 car, and you've just spent 6 months trying to really invest in that. And then the new GT3 tire model comes out. And when you're a guy who's as hardworking as Hobbo, who's got to be planned, he's got to be precise, he's got to put in a lot of work into a lot of different things, something's got to give. And realistically, the GT3 stuff, he's just picking up on the side, trying to have a little bit of fun with it. So couldn't put the time and the effort into it I think he would like. I think the result sort of spoke to that. That's something that if you go and do a ton of GT3 race starts and practice in that sort of a capacity, that's something that would have jumped out at you and you would have learned from. But without that sort of knowledge and that mindset, yeah, look, I mean, the result was what it was going to be.
Indeed. The 88, there it is. Damon Lyle, Queen, Brenton Hobson. Hobbo behind the wheel at the moment. Now, the interesting thing for mine, Scott, so far the form guide through practice suggests that Acura and McLaren are going to be hard to beat again. We're very excited about news that's filtered through from iRacing this morning with regards to GT3 racing going forward into Season 4. We'll cover that off in more detail a little bit later on. But I've been hugely impressed, particularly in GSRC circles, by the improved performance and the presence of Ford at the top end of town. Horsepower circuit, you mentioned this in the preview with Hobbo. Can the Mustangs muster up something here?
Yeah, look, I think anytime that horsepower is going to be required, the Mustangs are going to be quick. They're going to be right there. And this is one of those tracks that really sets itself up for that. The difficulty for the Mustang is the change of directions. It's, we're going to go to a Daytona and it was strong all the way back there. And then you come here to Le Mans, it's going to be strong. But anywhere else, I think maybe Bathurst as well with the long straights and the ability to get the poke on down the straights might be a saving grace for it. I think one of the bigger issues is managing the tyre slip, the tyre sliding and the heating in the tyres that they're potentially going to struggle with, which, again, qualifying pace then should be really, really strong for the Mustangs, and you might see them fade away a little bit in the race.
12 minutes to go in this qualifying session. The first flying laps are about to be recorded here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. 13.6 kilometres down. Harrison Lewis will set the benchmark. 3:54, 4:63, immediately eclipsed by the Vermilion Esports entry of Lewis Greathead and Byron Pierce and Zach Rattray-White. Times are tumbling here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Damon Woods, the benchmark of the championship so far, 3:53, 4:02. The question is, once these tyres come up to temperature, is there a 52 in this circuit in qualifying? I'm fairly certain I saw a couple of 52s being recorded in practice as we make our way round. There is the One Performance Racing entry. They're coming through to complete their flying lap, the first of the session. Now, as I look down the leaderboard, there's still a heap of teams that haven't yet recorded their first lap. Now, whether that's slowdowns or other factors, or the fact that they're so far spread out on this racetrack, we're riding with Adam Hughes at the moment. Let's wait and see what the Mustang can do. We've got a particular interest here because we know what they bring to the table in straight line speed. But as Scott said, their compromise will be they've got no dance partners at the moment. They've got no one to work with. It takes 2 to tango around here, sometimes 3.
Yeah, but sometimes that's
6.
also the best thing you possibly can. Yeah, it's a reasonable lap from them. They'll be very, very happy with that lap that they've managed to put together. 77 machine, by the way. Happy birthday, Madison Down.
Absolutely. There he is on screen across the line. 3:57.618 for the 77. They go 19th for the moment. But Damon Woods, Byron Pierce. Geez, Byron was impressive in the Mustang at Spa. Great to see them again improving leaps and bounds and holding the big heavyweights of this series, the Eclipse and Vermilions of the fold, to account. We've got a replay coming through here now on your screen. This is the 3:24. through the back section, the final sequence of corners,
Oh.
2 cars in the wall on the out lap, and that's coming back around towards pit lane, so we know exactly where they're heading, Scott.
Yeah, so they'll just dive straight back into pit lanes. This was the out laps. This was over 4 minutes ago now. But they dive back into pit lane and fresh set of tires. Well, that's tricky. Do you take a fresh set of tires? You leave those tires on and just get the car repaired, I think would probably be the thing they'd be thinking about. But that's the trouble. So
what's interesting for mine, mate, sorry to jump in, what's interesting for mine, only 21 cars have successfully recorded a time there through that first lap. So there's either cars that have run into trouble or cars that have been pinged for, let's say, track limits.
Yep. And slow down penalties that sometimes don't even ping those track limits as well. So that's also worthwhile just thinking about. That'll be a big thing when we get across to the race, by the way. But yeah, look, it's about setting yourself up and driving the car. And the other thing was traffic management as well. I did see, I thought it was the Josh Anderson car. And he's actually going to abort lap number 2 as well. So I did see Josh Anderson abort lap number 1, and I'm already seeing him aborting lap 2. So.
And there is a beautiful shot of the main straight here on a gorgeous day at the Circuit de la Sarthe. We ride with the number 3 Vermilion Esports entry now. Zach Kerr, relatively new name to both Vermilion Esports and therefore, of course, the ASRG Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. It'll be interesting to see what he brings to the table tonight, noting that Vermilion have been the team that's really kept Eclipse honest at the top end of the leaderboard. Areti there in 5th spot on the points table at the moment. 582 and 500 for the 2 Eclipse entries, 1st and 3rd. The Vermilions 518 and 496 are 2nd and 4th. And Areti there on 510 points. Actually should be, hang on, that can't be right. If they're on 510, I've been stitched up on the leaderboard there, I'd say, gentlemen. So don't worry about that. I'm reading off the website. So when the website's not right, how can the commentator be? 518, so 510 for Areti, 500 for Eclipse, and 496 for Vermilion. So if that's right, then the Areti boys should be 3rd. Vendaval have been also impressive throughout the course of this season so far. There is the 56, 353, 182, again improving on the previous lap time. Finding pace, 2/10 clear of Stefan McCartan for One Performance Racing. And that's the interesting thing for mine, Scott Rankin. There is a Mustang on the front row that yet again, with the exception of 13th place and, well, actually what was 13th, and has now vaulted up to 8th. The ERT boys are 8th in the Chev, but apart from them, it's McLaren, it's Acura, it's Ford dominating the top 15. And that's really no surprise.
Yeah, they're have a look at the manufacturers there on the timing tower, and yeah, not really all that surprised at all. McLarens, I know, were generally the car that was preferred here for Majors 24 Hours, which was just after the tyre update as well. So that was sort of one of the bigger facets moving in, but the rest of the pack's just sort of become quite unloved in the field at the moment. The way that things are working, that's just how it is. Currently stands. There's going to be 3 wide down the straight at the moment. That's the 17
Why
car.
not?
Zach
Let's do it in qualifying, boys. Let's get it out of the system before we cause carnage in the race over 3 hours. And to be fair, they're going to have to be sensible about it, Scott, because it is a long race over 3 hours around here. Strategy's going to become a big part of this too, mate. I wanted to pick your brain about that before we get going into the race itself, and probably a good opportunity to do it as we're halfway through yet another qualifying lap, and there's only 6 minutes to go in the session, ladies and gentlemen. Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series across the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and the Sim Speed Esports Network. That's always a mouthful that I managed to stumble across incorrectly, and I don't know why. I'm so used to it. However, let's straighten up here. Let's talk about the fact that we've got a big lap. It's 13.6 kilometres. How's that going to impact strategy tonight, and how would you play it? Because to go 1 lap later and have it bite you in the rear, that's a big mistake. It's a costly mistake. But same can be said for going a lap early. There's going to be a lot of pressure on and a lot of focus on the boys that are calling the strategy tonight. Yeah,
that'll be a big thing. The 525 car, this was a Mercedes last time out at Spa, and the rear end of the Acura is going around, and that hard Porsche curves well. So out of the way, that's forced the other car to abandon their lap as well. So unfortunately, that's just how that one plays out.
Your thoughts on the strategy?
Just check this out. Check this out. This is, hang on, just watch this. This is qualifying
You're right.
games being played as they all try to
pretty
pick off its home. So Brenton Hobson jumps through the lead of this little group, and then the 3 cars that are in behind were Damon Woods in the 56 Eclipse SimSports entry, the 17 Eclipse SimSport entry Zach Rattray White behind the wheel, and the 79 Brian Pierce Iridia Esports entry. So that's pretty cool there, because they're all trying to set themselves up for one last flying lap. Chev was also quite quick back at Daytona as well, for that car. But yeah, look, you're right in terms of the strategy. You can't afford to get it wrong either way. Now, can you make the hour? That's what it's all going to be about. I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to get a safety car in this race, but I'm expecting one, and then I'm expecting it to sort of calm down, settle down. If we get the green flag racing, all should be okay from there, is my understanding. But tyres, are you going to want to double stint them? No, will probably be the answer. You're going to want fresh tyres, which means the cold tyre shenanigans on out laps will be a problem.
Indeed. Vermillion and Josh Perwin have gone to P1, ladies and gentlemen, surpassing Damon Woods for Eclipse SimSport by 0.142 of a second. And with that, we are on the precipice of going into the 52s. Here comes Lachlan Cable, round 1 winner, onto the main straight. What can he muster up? Vendeval's gone to 4th through Josh Anderson. Here comes Cable to the line, no improvement. In fact, 3... no, it was a slight improvement, only mere hundredths of a second on his previous lap. So a lot to be said there about what he may have been able to benefit from a tow, but he wasn't lucky enough to have one, and now he goes out on his last flying lap. Benny Brook may well be lucky enough to get another one in once he gets back to the line here. 3 minutes to go. A lot of these guys, Scotty, have started their final lap of the session.
Yeah, if you've started them now, this will be your last lap of the session, because the checkered flag will fly in 3 minutes from now, and you are on a 4-minute lap, effectively, a couple seconds shy of that one. Interesting to note, just having a quick look through the field, there is one car who will definitely not set a lap in qualifying. Somehow, the number 22 entry picked themselves up a black flag. Well, you have to come back to the pit lane to serve that black flag. By the time they got back to the pit lane, there was less than 4 minutes left on the session. Nothing they can do. Session over. The 22 car, which finished inside the top 10 last time out, starting for the win.
Yep, and might not be the only one. Frog Leap Juiced Racing, Benjamin Brook, we're watching those guys now try and secure a lap time here, a clean lap time. Across the line they go. They are in the fight. They are in the mix. What's the lap time going to be? It's not going to be good enough for improvement. It's going to be 30th, and the last of the times to have been set so far. So Jake Maloney, Adam Moore, Greg Patrick, Luke Swan, the 953, the 324, the 268, the 22, all yet to settle up. Let's keep our eyes peeled on whether or not the full send SimSport entry, Greg Patrick, can put a time down, because he's out on the track at the moment. The other 3 are not. So it looks as though we're going to have a few starting from the very tail of the field here, with no qualifying time to show for their 20-minute efforts. And it begs the question, do you give these guys next year when we come back to Le Mans? Do race control extend this qualifying session, noting the length of the lap? It is the longest circuit on our tour.
No, I think you leave it as it is. That's something for the drivers to figure out. And that's effectively what you're saying. You get 20 minutes sorted out. Yeah. You get less opportunities. Make sure that you make every opportunity available of them. There's guys up the front who win up there and have set their lap times. And at the moment, this will be an interesting one to keep an eye on. Rattray White slipped down the 10th spot after being on the pole last time out. So he'll be worth to keep an eye on this run.
Indeed. Let's keep an eye on Damon Woods. Well, I mean, a front row start around here is still happy hunting ground, because it's one of the worst starting procedures in world motorsport. The fact that we come onto the main straight and we can hardly keep a 2x2 formation. So you'd rather be at the front of that than at the logjam rear, 34th, and giving up about 15 seconds to the front before you get going. Through we go. Damon Woods, Josh Perwin. Perwin's up to the 3rd split. 0.142. Can he take us into the 52s? What can Woods muster up? Last sequence of corners, 14 seconds to go. These guys are going to get another bite of the cherry. Across the line goes Damon Woods.
In the 52s.
Oh, yes. He's done it. He's done it. 3:52.925. No improvement from Josh Perlin, 3:53.073. We pick up Liam Reston in 19th place now. Eclipse have taken us into the 52s. The checkered flag now flies. So those that got back to the line with near seconds on the clock, they're good to go for another lap if they want to. Damon Woods doesn't need to at the moment. He's got pole. A lot of these guys are opting to bail out of it, Scott. The Porsche goes to pit lane, the Ferrari to pit lane, 26 for Frog Leap. Josh Perlin, Byron Phillips, and then Lewis Greathead. Again, Eclipse Vermillion, Vanderbilt. Through Josh Anderson to 5th. And the OPR entry is Stefan McCartan, the first of the Mustangs in 6th. Across the line goes Summit Sim.
I've just been following on with Zach Rattray White because there's the top 3 cars in that little bit of a group. So it was Damon Woods who was punching out the hole in front of Josh Perwin. So Perwin must have picked himself up a slowdown penalty or an off track. So he wasn't going to improve. But Damon Woods was the lead car in that trio and he was punching the hole for him. So he backed out because he didn't want to offer the opportunity for Perwine to actually improve on his lap time. The difficulty was Zach Rattray White was improving and he was the tail end of the 3 of them. He had to dive each way. The second of the Synergy Team Racing cars. This car had a late change in driver combinations earlier on today. So
correct. And Harrison Lillis in 7th. Will that be a lucky 7th for him when we get racing a little bit later on? Frog Leap juiced on their second flying lap now, looking to improve on 3:58.359. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so. So they'll bail out of this one as well. Back to pit lane we go. The session is done. Damon Woods hasn't yet secured pole because there are still teams on a flying lap here, including Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, including the car in 7th spot, Harrison Lewis. Byron Pierce for Areti Esports, 8th. So they were able to push their way forward at Spa. They'll be hoping to do the same again here. That's a great run, however, from the Stefan McCartan entry, the first of the Mustangs in 6th spot. There's 2 of them in the top 15, and Hobbo's just outside in 16th. There is a Ferrari and a Chev in the top 15 as well. So watch that Ferrari tonight. They did make inroads on the final lap of qualifying. Kobe Jones aboard the Summit SimSport entry. They did make their way up inside the top 15. There are 2 Ferraris in the top 20. Wouldn't that be an upset for the apple cart if they were to get the job done tonight?
how about this car as well? Well, let's run down through the final couple sectors. I'm actually seeing a lot of penalties starting to flash up and across the so that'll negate qualifying for a lot of these cars. So there's only a few left out there that can lodge a lap. And this will be one of the first to make it through and have a crack at that timing. It's the 862 car. Harrison Lillis on board at the moment. A lot of time invested from him this week in private practice. Trying to get it all dialed in, see what they could find on board this car after their season best performance last time out at Spa.
Last sequence of corners, using all the track and a little bit more. Harrison Lillis, best time so far, 3:53.539. Main straight, checkered flag, lining it up across the line. There is improvement. It's a 3:53.388. It moves him up to 6th. It displaces the Mustang right at the death of the session. Acura, McLaren, Acura, 3 McLarens, then a Ford, and 3 McLarens make up the top 10. McLaren, the dominant presence in the top 10 with 7. But there are 2 Acuras, 1 and 3 on the grid, and then that beautiful Mustang in 7th. Not a bad qualifying session. Here's McCartan. He's still on a flyer by the looks of this. Now, is he bringing it? No, he is done. He's bringing it back to pit lane. So that's his session run and won, and that will just about round us out, ladies and gentlemen. What's been a full-on qualifying session. It took a while to warm up because of a 4-minute formation roll and form and go, but once we hit the gas and got going, it was scintillating stuff. 34 starters tonight. However, there will be 3 of them starting from the tail of the field, having not set a qualifying time. Now, the good thing about Le Mans, Scott Rankin, before we'll have a look at the results in the grid, the good thing about Le Mans, it's not a death sentence to start that far down the order, but you are going to have to hit every marker. You're going to have to be aggressive. You're going to have to use up both fuel and tyres in order to be right there when the whips are cracking at the business end of the night.
Yeah, that you will. So it is absolutely vital that you keep yourself alive on lap number 1. And we saw that back at Spa. Think about it. You've got to get your way through and get cracking on this one. And but at the same time, how much risk do you take on a cold tire? And that's the biggest thing about all of this is that's massively changed is risk versus reward, because you've certainly got to try to extract the pace. You've got to fight. You've got to have the elbows up, but there is a line should you cross it.
Indeed, there is. There it is. The Bugatti circuit, 4.185 kilometres compared to the Circuit de la Sarthe, which is 13.629. What's interesting for mine in all of that is iRacing have scanned the outer, but not the Bugatti circuit. And by gee, if they add that to the server at any point, it's a cracking little racetrack, as anyone that watches MotoGP's French Grand Prix will know. Let's have a look at the grid at this particular point in time. Actually, we're still waiting for the grid to come through because there are still a couple of cars out there circulating around. And of course, I mentioned this to the boys before we got going. We've got a hard out of about 10 past 12 Eastern time tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jay's got other commitments taking him well into the morning. But obviously with the long overlap here and the long layoff time between the checkered flag actually flying and the session ending, anyone that's watched any number of iRacing events over the course of time will know exactly what I'm talking about there. It's not a hard out as soon as that 20 minutes is elapsed. Knows full well that as a result of that, everything has a knock-on effect. So race start's probably not going to be until just after 8:35 Eastern time tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But the 3-hour time limit remains in place. We'll go to the Gamesman grid walk for you in just a few moments, of course. In fact, let's go there now. Let's bring in our, well, we've got pole sitter and we've got 11th coming in to have a chat with us tonight. And it'll be nice to hear from Adam Hughes, but it's also becoming familiar territory for Scott Rankin to have a chat to Damon Woods, who has taken Eclipse Sim Sport to yet another pole position.
Yeah, and we'll grab him in at this point in time. And congratulations, Damon. Another pole position for the number 56 car. Last few moments, particularly those last couple of laps of qualifying, was all about trying to grab a drafting buddy, but you set that lap time right at the critical point in the session, just before everyone started making mistakes and the draft partners wore out.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take not having a toe and still putting on pole, especially at a track like Le Mans. But yeah, it was a bit of a chaotic session. All the Eclipse cars weren't together. Byron had a bit of a spin on the outlap, which is unfortunate. Nearly took me out, but what do you do? But yeah, it was a bit of a jumbled session. I had hoped to grab a toe, but in the end, didn't play out that way. We're still on pole. We're still going to be able to control this race, hopefully. It's going to be interesting. The Acura is very, very strong in a straight line, so we'll see how everyone goes being able to pass it. We'll see what happens. But yeah, the main focus is really just eyes forward, control it, and we'll run our race.
There's a little bit of a question mark start to edge in about fuel, because it's always at most tracks you generally don't want to be the leader, but you can get away with it because you've got some pace advantage, you've got that clean air. At Le Mans, you really, really don't want to be that leader. How much are you guys concerned about potentially running away with it from the front tonight?
I expect that there's going to be probably a safety car off the back of how Spa went. So if that happens, then it kind of neutralizes the fuel a little bit. We will obviously, if we're up the front, we do have a slight disadvantage going into the first round of pit stops. But we'll see how it plays. If there's no safety cars, then we'll deal with it as it goes. But for the time being, there's no real concern about fuel. If you're trying to go the extra lap, you're doing a fair bit of save. So I think overall the pace disadvantage won't pay dividends, but we'll see how we go.
Mate, finally, congratulations on getting the pole position and that play seat pole position. Go on, go hard, and enjoy the Acura.
Cheers, boys. Hopefully we're speaking to you tonight.
All right, so that is pole position coming your way, Zach Caban, but we're going to wander a little bit further through the field, all the way down to 11th. It's going to be 11th place Mustang for One Performance Racing, the number 606 car, and it's Adam Hughes behind the wheel.
Yeah, Adam Hughes joins us from 11th on the grid. Good evening to you, mate. Stellar up in qualifying. Unlucky not to be in the top 10, really, but the Mustang, it looks really well set up for what's going to be a grueling 3 hours around here. What do you make of the qualifying session?
Yeah, cheers, boys. The Mustang feels semi-decent. I think it's lacking a little bit on straight line speed. I think McLaren's probably the better option, but that's what it is. It's all good. Qualifying session for me was personally good. I sort of just went out a bit later than everyone else, so I sort of had no one to really worry about, but I think there was like quite a few trains going on sort of up the road from me, so I didn't have to really worry about any dramas or anything, or if there's any cars fenced into the wall, then I was pretty well safe. So yeah, can't complain from my end, mate. It's pretty good.
Scott Rankin was just talking to Damon Woods about the same thing. When it comes to being in the tow, being in the train, do you want to be at the lead of one, or do you want to be boxed in dancing behind somebody and benefiting from the potential speed aerodynamic effect that goes with that?
I think you want to be behind the car that you're pushing if it's a teammate. Then you can sort of tell each other what you're going to do or what you want to do. Whereas if you're getting pushed by, say, another team, then I'd say you probably want to be at the front, because then you can sort of control what happens and you get the net gain from essentially being pushed, I guess. So, I think, if you're working with your teammate, I think that's probably more the better option, as opposed to just, some random fella or person sort of pushing you down the back straights.
Indeed, and I guess when we have a look at the lineup here, Stephen McCartan up there, position number 7 as well. So it won't take too long, no doubt, for you guys to join forces throughout the course of this race. How are they faring for the night ahead? Have you had a chance to chat with them?
Yeah, Stefan and obviously the rest of his team, being Jakey, have been sort of relaying information in terms of setup and what we're going to try and do during the race. And of course, if we can get there, so we're both running the Mustang, so we're pretty well even across the field. But yeah, Stefan did a fantastic job in qualifying, and obviously shout out to him for setting his car up, and big shout out to Stewie for helping myself and Thomas Freeman out with our setup, because we'll sort of scratch on our heads for most of the week trying to get it sort of sorted and together, not making it a complete other shambles.
And as long as we get through the first lap unscathed, unlike Dylan Shepherd's entry at Spa, mate, you guys will hopefully put in a very nice performance. The pace is there. It's now about executing it over 3 hours.
Yeah, that's all it is, mate. Yeah, and obviously all the cars now together, and it's race time. So yeah, we'll all be in I assume, a massive train, and I suppose there won't be much passing until sort of the last 20, 15 minutes of the race, I reckon. So yeah, it should be pretty good and pretty safe, pending nothing happens first lap.
Well, that's exactly right. Get through the first lap cleanly and then go about it from there, formulate the plan after that. You've just highlighted a very interesting point, and we don't have enough time left to chat to you about it. It's with regards to how different a race this is in terms of how you play it out from a racecraft standpoint perspective compared to what we had at Spa, because that was a lot more elbows out, a lot more racy than what we're expecting this one to be. Go get 'em, mate. Good luck. Go well. Hopefully we're having a chat to you again in 3 hours' time.
Yeah, likewise, I appreciate it. Hopefully I'm back here for another chinwag. Cheers.
And although that being said, by the time we get this thing underway, it'll be Saturday morning before we're chatting to these blokes next. Thank you, Kearsey. Good luck. Go well, mate. Thank you. Let's have a look at the grid here for you, ladies and gentlemen. The first 2 rows, Damon Woods and Jacob O'Reilly alongside one another on the front row, Kobe Williams and Lewis Greathead. The second row, again, Eclipse versus Familiar in the first 2 rows of the grid. It's become a very familiar narrative so far throughout the course of this season. Vendaval third alongside Jake Burton. There is Sam Blacklock in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter entry. I'll take you back to 12th place, and then Scotty Rankin will take over for the next 6 rows. Stephen McCartan and Byron Pierce on the 4th row of the grid. 1 performance against Aretti. Then the Vermilion Esports third entry is Zach Kerr there. 5th row alongside Reese Wakefield for Antic Motorsport, and the 6th row is where you're going to find the bloke that we just spoke to, Adam Hughes, alongside another Eclipse entry of Jamie Christensen and By G. Those Eclipse entries, Scotty Rankin, they're everywhere throughout this field.
Yeah, they are more up towards the pointy end of the field as well. Blake Neck is 13th spot in McLaren from Reese Goosel in the Summit Simsports 25 entry. He'll be on board, a a McLaren. Reese Goose, sorry, I've messed that up majorly. I don't know how I've got that one wrong. Sorry. Blake Neck is going to be out of 13th spot. From 14th spot, Kobe Jones in the number 25 entry in the Ferrari. Alongside of the 15th and 16th, Hayden Veld from Reese Goosel and the ELTE All Row number 8. Number 9, Damon Mulqueen alongside of Connor Nixon from 17th and 18th. 19th and 20th is going to get us all the way back down to Liam Reston, O'Shea and Colin Gilo. 21st, 22nd, Brewster Carvalho from the Momentum Motorsports machine. Jordan Ross will be lining up alongside him making his debut. Daniel Yeaman will start the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car alongside of Tommy Wallace to get us back to 24th spot.
13th row of the grid is going to be Logan Howard for Iridium Sim Sport alongside Hamish Clellan for Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue. Aaron Borg on the grid for Trans Tasman Racing. Good to see Borgie out there, former Carter, who I've known since before he was famous through Super Utes and other things. Robbie Bradbury's alongside him on the 14th row. Adam Jepson and Benjamin Brook from row 15. The only difference between Borgie and I is that I gave up the racing and stuck to the commentary. He continued on with the racing. 16th row, Greg Patrick and Jack Melody. And then we go back to, well, let's hope we don't see the safety cars throughout the course of the evening. But Luke Swan and Adam Moore are there, hopefully starting from the back of the grid tonight in positions 36 and 37, but that will become 33rd and 34th. Cars moving off on the formation lap now. It's not a full formation lap, thank goodness. What are we expecting race-wise tonight, Scott Rankin? I mean, 22 laps usually gets us through 90 minutes in a GSRC 90-minute enduro around here, so double that is 44. And then who knows what we've got in terms of pit stop transit time. Going to be an interesting night. Nevertheless, do Eclipse make it 3 from 3, or can somebody stage an upset and reel them back in and keep this championship fight well and truly alive?
Yeah, look, first and foremost, something's going to happen in the 56. I think that's the first thing that's going to happen. If something does happen to that car, well, the guys that are going to chase him down are right alongside him at the moment, so there's every opportunity for that to happen. 17 car is deep in the field. They did not qualify where they wanted to, so they're going to start with Jamie Christensen on board that car and see if they can make some progress and then flip back over and put Rattray White on board to potentially punch out and go quick later on. So, look, I've got to be honest with you, it's going to come down to survival first and foremost. And from there on out, we'll see how it goes.
9 hours of racing down and 9 still to go in the 2025 Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. Strap in, buckle up and enjoy the ride with us, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the next 3 hours. Live, exclusive, free, and as always, loud right here across the SimSpeed Esports Network and, of course, the platforms of the Australian Racing Group. The flyover synonymous with the start for the 24 Hours of Le Mans gets us underway here for round 4 on a balmy Friday night in August. It's a beautiful day at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and it's the Eclipse Sim Sport Championship leader at Damon Woods to bring the field to green. Round 4 is underway. Let's go to work at Le Mans. Scrambled start. Right there on the inside, Van der Waals, Jake Burton with a huge run off the start. Side by side on the run up to the first corner. He's hoping to go third. He'll have to settle for 4th. He might even lose out to Lewis Greathead on the run to the first corner.
Huge moment though on the way through turn 1 for the 2-2 later taking on Raleigh. Just as he crossed the threshold, the midpoint of the chicane, there was a moment. There's a car through the gravel in the background of this one as well. But it looks like the bulk of the field is one car. We're going to lose one car on lap 1. Unfortunately, it's the Van der Waals Sim Racing number 78 machine. Bruce Carvalho behind the wheel ended up in the gravel.
Down to 34th position in all of that. Huge crowd on hand as they hit the box arm for the first time. Now the drag racing begins. And for the first part, as the boys said when we spoke to them on the grid walk, with thanks to the gamesman, and Damon Woods from playset pole position even said as well, 4 wide, have a look at that. My goodness. In the opening minute of proceedings, we're 4 wide down the Mulsanne. That's a tremendous run from Sam Blacklock aboard the Orbit Drop Bear stable entry to hold on the 6th spot for the moment. Stephen McCartan and Adam Hughes up 3 spots early on. The Mustangs on a charge early. But we expect it to be a lot of pack racing, a lot of single file formation train racing here, Scott Rankin, in the early stages of the first 2 stints at least.
You say that, but there's massive. So this is the moment. You just get some gas on cold tyres and around the rear end goes. You say that, but there's already damage on the number 79 Elite Esports car. It is diabolically slow on a straight line because the damage in the front end of that McLaren at the moment. You see it just a little bit. It's just a little bit of a push in the front end of this car, but it is so fast for so long around here. That's going to be worth 1.5, 2 seconds of that. That's death to them. You can just see, look at the car that's going to build up and attack it from behind just immediately. It's a sitting duck.
Yeah, long night ahead for those guys. As a result, Adam Hughes has just been displaced by Zach Kerr. The Vermilion Esports entry, the McLaren up to 9th spot as they head down to the end of the Mulsanne Straight for the first time. The Circuit de la Sarthe alive and well, ready for what is going to be an extraordinary 3 hours of racing here. And it's a safe getaway for the bulk of the field.
All right, get your head down, settle back in, find your rhythm, start thinking guys like Adam Hughes. The reason why he was just giving up that spot to Zach Kerr was because he got a slowdown penalty through the second of the Mulsanne chicane. So things that you need to manage, particularly on lap 1 here, is slowdown penalties. The one you can have the most opportunity to lose it.
Lewis Greathead. That's the Vermilion Esports entry. That's him and Sam Chapman's night done. Can you believe this? Hopefully he can steer it out of there and get it to safety. But that entry is wrecked. Unbelievably bad luck. They had good pace early on. They'd moved their way up in. Oh, the car's just snapped hard into the wall. Left when he wanted to go right. Through the right-hander, and now we've got a second crash as well. Tommy Wallace in the McLaren, the 222 entry, TSR powered by Astro Energy. Attrition already a factor on the opening lap, just as what was the case at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit 7 weeks ago. The more things change, the more they stay the same. But here, as Scott Rankin has already rightly alluded, it is a death sentence at Le Mans.
Yeah, it's the survival on lap 1, and then there's the slowdown penalties. You've got to manage them. But the problem is, you've got to be out there trying to maximise everything you possibly can. It's the TTR car trying to dive up the inside there. It's going off that car, and then it's the first one.
Going to have to be able to work there. That looked like
I feel aggrieved about that one, and I don't know what the correct response to that is. I've got to be honest.
Now, Byron Pierce already on pit road as well. So let's have a look, actually, because pit lane's going to be a hub of activity. Byron Pierce is there. We suspect that Lewis Greathead will have to go to pit lane as well. Yep, there he is, still limping his way back through to the completion of the lap. Tommy Wallace too. So 3 cars already heading to pit road at the end of the opening lap of proceedings. And now still 4, wow, it was 3 wide down the Mulsanne. There's Adam Hughes getting a tow with Zach Kerr and Stephen McCartney immediately in front of him. It looked to push McCartney's teammate along. Side by side down the Mulsanne. One performance versus Vermilion. Vermilion wins the fight for now.
And that was all caused because Sam Blacklock had a slowdown penalty to come off the crest of the Mulsanne. So it is just going off in the opening stages of this one. Isn't what the fuel stage? Well, forget that. That's all changed. There'll be none of that, thank you.
Not
now Burton's starting to creep up. So this is the Jacob O'Reilly entry. So they've dropped off. Something happened to the 228. They've picked up a slowdown penalty, I would say, on this lap, which has dropped them off the top 2.
Through the second of the chicanes, down the Mulsanne. Marino Morella's a pit lane. Lewis Greathead, Tommy Wallace, we knew about those 2. Marino Morella has taken over the Already Esports entry if they can get back out on the racetrack. Looks as though they have been able to do so, but it's a long road back from there because it is such a long lap around here, and any extra invoices, any extra transit to the lane gift the opposition a huge leg up. I've already seen evidence of would-be contenders biting the dust, particularly Greathead and Chapman. That's a huge story.
That's the approach now. And also, don't forget, Nick Bristol come earlier. Spun all the way back at turn 2 on lap 1. That was already 6 minutes ago.
Yeah.
He's already starting to cut his way back through the field.
Indeed. So, oh geez, it goes from bad to worse. It goes from bad to worse for the 222. Tommy Wallace is going to get an iRacing black flag for speeding on pit lane. So even though he was going to pit lane and had the mechanical and everything else going wrong for him, added insult to injury, because he's now got at least a 4th transit of pit lane, and then the 2, so that'll be 2 early on, and then the 2 CPSs later on, the compulsory pit stops. Not necessarily compulsory, ladies and gentlemen, but mandatory in terms of topping the tank up, because you cannot run around here without doing so at least twice, maybe 3 times tonight. We suspect it'll be a 2-stopper. It's important for these guys to not vary too much with regards to the strategy play of their main opponents around them. If they're doing 2-stoppers, you want to be doing 2-stoppers because, again, it's a very long transit and a very long lap, and any extra time you're trying to reel back in is vitally costly this early in the piece. Jamie Christensen has just been displaced. He loses 6th spot for the moment. So the OPR cars continue their charge. That's Stephen McCartan going back to 6th spot. Even with the disappointment of Lewis Greathead and Sam Chapman, the Vermilion Esports entries are 4th and 5th still. The Eclipse Sim Sport entries are 1 and 2. We've got 2 laps in the books here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
There's a bit of a break at the head of the field, so they'll start. Remember, we were talking about draft trains, well, that's not going to settle in. So now they get the opportunity to sort of press clear, which will be, that changes their strategy position just a little bit, because the harder they can go, the rest, more everyone else behind them's fighting, the better actually that works in their favour. So they're actually very, very happy to see that. They didn't want draft trains bidding at the moment. That hasn't eventually, so it works out really, really nicely.
Obvious disappointment too, Scott, for those that would be championship contenders, in the sense that if things had fallen their way, in the sense that they are no longer in the fight. But is it a good position to be in, to still be on the grid and be in that position where you can throw caution to the wind, you can afford to run the gauntlet and go for it, and maybe still snag, a podium result or a race win as a, momentum, psychological boost going into, well, not necessarily the end of this year, because again, championship hopes are that, but certainly putting people on notice with regards to next year, should we be doing this again.
It's just freeing as a driver. I think the biggest thing is when you come to the back end of the season, you start to think about all the points implications. That takes time away from practice. Normally, when you come to the back end of a championship, you just jump in the car and drive. That's the biggest thing that a driver wants to do at the end of the day. But when you start looking at spreadsheets, when you start doing mathematics, you're not necessarily thinking about your driving. All of a sudden, you drive a little bit different. I was actually having a chat to Mark Gilly earlier today, and was talking to him about the way that he was driving coming up to the championship final. The biggest thing I said to him was, first and foremost, drive. Secondly, worry about points. If all that's in front of you is a bad result because of something that happened, but you drove normally, that would have happened anyway. There's nothing you could have done to prevent that. So yes, you do want to be a little bit circumspect in perhaps those circumstances, but at the same time, if you're going out there and you're just hitting your marks the same as you always would, and you're not thinking about them, you are far, far less likely to make a mistake. And I can tell you, there have been a few times when I've led motocross races in my life, and just thinking about, I've got a 5-second lead here, I'm pretty comfortable, I'll just cruise for this final lap, and immediately on a sandy surface, just lay the thing slow down. So
just having a look through the field here, McLarens and Acura's dominating the back half of the field as well as the front half of the field, but nice to see at least one BMW out there. There are some manufacturers that don't get a Guernsey tonight. I haven't seen a Mercedes on the grid. I haven't seen an Audi on the grid. We know there's no Lambos in this field either. No Lambos were selected at the start of the season. So it looks as though we've got at least 6 different manufacturers out there tonight. Have we got a Porsche in this field? I don't think so either.
Yeah, we've got a few.
We do have one? Okay. Acura, McLaren. Yeah, actually, no, you're right. I'm looking for the Porsche emblem, not the Porsche sign writing. You're right. So 20th and 30th at the moment. So Porsche, Acura, McLaren, Ford, Ferrari, Chevrolet, and BMW, the manufacturers out there tonight. So, yeah, good to see a good varied spread of manufacturers in this GTPRO Invitational Series presented by the Gamesman. As soon as we get a chance to draw breath too, ladies and gentlemen, some exciting news from our friends at the Gamesman and also from Logitech as well, so stay tuned for that. Here's Jamie Christensen in the meantime, 6th place, fending off Stephen McCartan that run through to the end of the 3rd lap of the motor race. Caution-free so far, which is good news for all and sundry. We do not need to be padding for a 25-minute safety car interval like Scott Rankin as they make their way back onto the main straight. And race control will be aware of that as well. They wouldn't want to be deploying a safety car unless they absolutely have to. And we did see at least one instance at Spa where, because a wounded car was able to get itself to a safety barrier to the other side of the playing surface, if you like, they let the race stay green. It didn't last long because there was another crash that was not avoidable. There was no other option but to throw the safety car. But no doubt that common sense logic will be at play again tonight. If there is a car that's stranded on the racetrack, if it can get itself to safety, they'll let it go.
Yeah. So head down, bum up, see what they can do for now. But yeah, you heard Damon say, I expect there to be a safety car at some point. Because we're going to get through 2 sets of fresh cold tyres. It is diabolical to try and drive around those tyres at the moment. You know, I think one of the biggest things that everyone keeps saying is that it's more the traction control. You feel like you're going to get a little bit of assistance on a cold tyre, and you just sort of don't. It's an odd, funny feeling as the thing just sort of slowly rotates throughout from underneath you. It's a weird feeling when it goes away from the physical. I did everything right there. What went wrong? So yeah, and I think we saw that the number of cars in the state was a big contributor to that. Just new tyre, new system, car that felt funny, and yeah, that was the result that we all experienced. So this time out, a lot more time, and Le Mans, the difficulty level at Le Mans, it's really make sure you pull it out. The major concerns is probably the first couple of corners, down the left-hander after you go through the Dunlop Bridge, and then mainly the Porsche curves. That's the high-risk areas. Everywhere else, and Indianapolis is the other big thing. So, you know, 4 minutes, there's really not a lot of problematic areas for these cars.
Here they go. Okay, Marino Morella's on pit road for the 2nd time tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Already had a penalty next to their name. Unfortunately, tried to serve said penalty, did so incorrectly. Now slugged with a 2nd penalty as a result. And you're just about putting a line through them for the night as a consequence. Unfortunately, so disappointing for them, considering that Areti were one of the impressive storylines to come out of the previous round of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. 2 Acuras, 3 McLarens, 2 Fords make up the top 7 at the moment. Acura and 2 McLarens the top 10. The first of the Ferraris, Kobe Jones having a good run, Liam Reston having a good run. They're 12th and 16th. And the first of the Chevs is our round 1 winner, Hayden Veld, and Rocky Cable down there in 15th position at the moment. Look at the battle between the OPR teammates, Stephen McCartan, Adam Hughes, already a man on a mission, up 4 spots early on. We're right on board with Jamie Christensen, trying to displace them for Eclipse Sim Sport. And of course, that makes it 3 Eclipse Sim Sport entries in the top 10. Orbit drop there's Sam Blacklock, has dropped back to 10th in the early stages, but still plenty of time to try and push their way forward. 15 minutes gone, just like that, Scotty. 3 3/4 laps at the circuit to Lassaf, and of course we're still a long way away from talking about strategy and pit stops. Luke Swan in the wall, and that is a very, very wounded Acura.
That might be the safety car we're all thinking we're going to expect, particularly just the main problem is the left rear tyre being off that one.
Well, there's debris on the racetrack, among other things. Oh dear. Let's have a look at this. Coming down the Mulsanne. Was there contact?
This is a run to Indy, actually.
Oh, yes, correct. No, you are right. So we're not on the Mulsanne. We're on the straight coming off the Mulsanne on the run to Indy. Same as what we saw earlier. We've seen that happen to 2 cars now. They want to go right, and the car snaps them left. The car says, no, don't want to do that. Not today.
He's still trying to pull that car back to the pits after that spin, even around the arch. So, continuing on with it.
All credit to him if he can get it back to pit lane, but there's another would-be potential, car to talk about already on the back foot. Oh dear, 4 laps gone, and already so much to pick apart. Bad luck stories up and down the lane. Damon Woods, however, has not yet put a foot wrong. Cody Williams following him through. Look at the lead. Look at the advantage that Damon Woods already has. 5.3 seconds. There's one entry, not hoping for a safety car.
Well, I reckon Kobe Williams has had a multitude of slowdown penalties, is what we're seeing here. Now, and he's actually going to get a little bit of hope from Jack Burton, because he's not set a couple of lap times back to back at the moment. He's actually missing quite a few lap times, so that's just these slowdown penalties are a cause of that, which means he's been pushing the margins for maintain pace with Taylor. He's probably just settled in, run his lap times. He's lost at least 3.5 seconds back to this group.
100%. And look at this. You've got Vandervaal, Jake Burton, you've got Vermillions, Jacob O'Reilly, you've got Vermillions, Kerr, all hovering over him like a cheap suit. Or is this intentional gamesmanship that he's going to hold the pack up and protect Damon Woods, the championship leader? You couldn't imagine any sandbagging or tanking going on this early in the piece, could you? It's interesting that you mentioned slowdowns though, Scott, because I want to alert everybody to the supplementary regulations of the series. Incident warning points. 30 incidents triggers a drive-through, a black flag, and then every 30 thereafter. So if he's already burnt a couple, there's another talking point that we've got to keep an eye on.
Well, slowdown penalties is, oh, no way that car's going to make pit lane.
Luke Swan, well done, well done. That is brilliant. I mean, in the worst possible way, it's horrible that he's the one on the back foot there limping at the pit road. It's brilliant that he's made pit road because this thing stays green. Well played. Oh, no.
He's turned that thing into a hover car, but yeah, so with the pit lane entry there, so what we're behind the scenes is, as an unsafe pit lane, you have stated in the white lines at a non-pit lane entry. So
that
seems
really harsh, doesn't it?
But hey,
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Scott, if they're going to be able to repair that thing tonight anyway.
No, that's done.
It's done. So the black flag will, it's null and void, quite frankly. Now there's Blake Neck in 12th place. He's chasing Reese Goosell in the Evolution Racing Team 456, and Sam Blacklock in the first of the orbit drop there entries. What's interesting for mine, fair drop-off of attendance tonight, Scott. I mean, we started with 44 in this series at the World Centre of Racing. Just 34 on the grid tonight. Yes, there are still 3 orbit drop there entries, but the second and third of those are down in position 17 and 18. You mentioned the Team Max Boost entry punching above its weight at this point of the championship. O'Sheen, Colangelo and Co. They're sitting 19th on track at the moment. So they're flying under the radar a little bit. Good to see our old mate Dan Yeaman out there in position number 18, by the way, in the orbit drop their Mars entry. Connor Nixon in the orbit drop their Neptune entry. That I can't help but notice a sizable drop-off. We've lost 25% of the field based on what we had at Daytona.
Yeah. And Kobe Williams is going to pick himself up another slowdown. I think he might have he got away with that one. Just watching him, he took a massive amount of curb at the final corner. So,
no further action on the incident between cars 268 and 324, by the way. So that was 324 was Greg Patrick, and 268 was Adam Moore. So 28th and 30th respectively. Go on, Scott.
So it's all about how much you want to attack the curbs. And one of the big things I've actually seen from these Eclipse cars is they're taking just odd lines in a couple of spots where you wouldn't think you'd actually necessarily be able to, but they're able to just fit it a little better than some of the Patriots. But I don't necessarily think that Kobe Williams was backing off or anything, trying to do anything malicious in the way of the pack. I think he legitimately just got a couple of slowdown penalties. And the other thing is, would he be backing down the pace to protect the teammate up ahead? That wouldn't be the reason. The reason would be fuel. If he's thinking about anything, it would be fuel would be the main conservation reason. But yeah, Damon Woods will be forced to just sort of crack on a little bit here. If everyone else behind him can make up that fuel margin, or the alternative is that Woods can then flip the switch and actually save fuel because he's got this lead margin. That might be enough to cover him off. Should that be required? Should it?
Well, that's correct. Damon Mulqueen sitting there in 17th at the moment, just ahead of Dan Yeaman. So he's wedged himself between. Connor Nixon's got by Damon Mulqueen and gone to 17th, 16th rather, 17th for Synergy Sim Racing Mustang, and then 18th for Dan Yeaman in the McLaren. I've have a look at there they are. Dan Yeaman on the right, Damon Mulqueen on the left, eyes forward, full focus. Good evening, gentlemen. Nice to have you on board. Good to see Dan Yeaman out there, actually. Of course, doubles on both sides of the fence, like you, Scott. Does a little bit of the commentary and production side of things. You know, so of course, commentary, and then gets out there and steers when time permits. Of course, winner of the GSRC Indy 500K earlier in the year at a dramatic conclusion at the IMS. So good to see him out there. Very versatile performer is Dan Yeaman.
Yeah, that he is. So he's always out there trying to do everything he possibly can. He takes on every hat that's in racing world and takes it on with his own bit of flair and attack at it. But Damon Mulqueen is also a funny character to hang out with. Gives a little bit of banter late night after they get some event steers. Always fun to banter away with him.
And it's so very easy to kill a couple of hours. The time gets away from you when the banter kicks into full flight. I know that all too well. Through Indianapolis, they'll go. This is, of course, lap number 6, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours and 37 minutes still to run. Tommy Wallace back on pit road, second time tonight. He's currently got Nick Kearney and Luke Swan also on with him. And some good news is that we've got Sam Chapman back out there on the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen, albeit 3 laps down, but at least they are back in the contest.
Yeah, having a crack at it.
May as well. They've already booked the night out, so, I mean, what are you going to do if you park up and exit early?
Yeah, that'll be the problem. So, if she's going to get on the inside, that's a weird spot to get the overtake done. That might trigger a slowdown penalty. That's the 17 car as well.
I think it will.
Yeah.
Yep. Jamie Christensen losing out in all of that one because Reece Wakefield capitalised on it as well. Scott picked up into 8th spot. Adam Hughes to 7th.
So we wouldn't have had much choice but to cede that one to Reece Wakefield either way. He's still got that slowdown penalty, so he's got to roll off the throttle just a little bit as well. Devin Woods goes and sets a new fastest lap of the race, so he was pressing on. Oh, and by the way, he was going a second lap faster than the P2 car on that last lap, so here he is, absolutely pressing on.
Blake Neck sitting there in 12th spot at the moment, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But keep an eye on what's going on there on screen. Whilst we tick a very important box tonight and let you know about our good friends at the Gamesman at this point in time. Head to their website, gamesman.com.au. Use the promo code GMPROAUG5, all capital letters, for 5% off at the checkout. You may have seen them on the 9 Networks Today show this morning. Trevor Long spruiking a bit of the Gamesman's memorabilia, if you like, range, stock, and it was good to see that they were able to share that on their socials this afternoon. The Gamesman running a special. Our good friends from Logitech, there's some of their gear in there as well, ladies and gentlemen. And there was also some gear of Logitech's on Trevor Long's segment this morning too. But thegamesman.com.au, GMPRO AUG5 for 5% off sim gear during the month of August. And for Logitech G Play Days, play more, save more. Exclusive deals September 8th through to October 6th. And more on Logitech a little bit later on in the broadcast as well. So support the people that support us. Of course, Logitech, the naming rights sponsor of the GTPRO Invitational Series. The Gamesman, the naming rights sponsor of the GTPRO Invitational Series here on the Australian Sim Racing Group platforms. Have a look at this. Vermillion. Jacob O'Reilly giving Jake Burton a big hurry up, and still they are staying with Kobe Williams. Damon Woods has taken off, 6.373 to the good, but then 3 different teams make up the next 3 positions. The OPR boys aren't too far off this fight either. In fact, Adam Hughes has lost a little bit of ground to Stefan McCartan. McCartan's closing in on Kerr on O'Reilly. Game on in the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment. Scott, the question is, how aggressive do you want to be? How quickly do you want to make your move? Or is it a case of play the long game, play the patient game.
It will definitely be patient with it. Keep yourself in contention, though. That's the big thing. And this is where racecraft really comes into it. You gotta have a fuel number in mind, a number that you're gonna have to try and target. But if there's a position out there to go and grab, you kind of want to grab that spot. The critical thing is you've got to hit that fuel number if it's relevant to your car. If it's not relevant to the car, then it's all about the aggression. That sort of changes things. But the thing is, at Le Mans, when are the opportunities going to come? And is it better to perhaps just force a guy to cover you at perhaps the second Mulsanne chicane, make him get a poor exit off of that chicane, and you can have a run all the way down to Mulsanne corner as well. So it's about where do you set yourself up, and it's about setting that run up as well and being tactical with where you get on the aggression. This is not a racetrack where you just go, yep, I've got pace, I show up, I arrive, I pass. It's where you got to use the draft, you got to play those games, you got to set yourself up and be smart about it. I think Stefan McCartney, when you have a look at this group, he's quicker on the back end at the moment. He's getting held up just a touch by some Kerr ahead of him. Oh, mistake from Jake Burton.
Yep. Could cost him, compromise his run onto the main straight. Jacob O'Reilly will look to pounce on that as they head up towards the left-right flip-flop at the end of the main straight. Another lap in the books, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to lap 8 at the Circuit de la Sarthe. O'Reilly tucked back in and opts not to attack for the moment on the Vendaval entry of Jake Burton. Woods' lead out to 7.3 seconds, so don't worry about him not being in the train, not having the toe. He is pulling away regardless. Going hard, going early. Kobe Williams has started to bridge the gap to the chasing pack of Jake Burton, Jacob O'Reilly and Zach Kerr. That was triggered by Burton's mistake. Now it's a case of whether or not they can regain contact, reel the Kobe Williams entry back in, or whether he is going to break clear and relieve some of the pressure that's on him at the moment. Here's the Vermilion attack. Here's Jacob O'Reilly to the inside of Jake Burton. Down the Mulsanne we go. Vermilion to third. Jacob O'Reilly moves through. Now will begin the chase of Kobe Williams himself.
Yeah, so now it's about that aggression. So Burton made that mistake, slipped off the back end of him, and now they're all trying to stay with him. And I reckon Burton looked at that and went, "Ooh, we've got to be a little bit more aggressive." So started to try and go hunting and started to try and add to that little bit of pace. And the thing is, they're not offering, the Vermilion cars are trying to work together to get the second one through here as well with the draft that they're playing, and they've successfully managed to do that as well. And I can tell you, Stefan McCartney, I'm just hearing, he's just lifting out, saving fuel. And all this fighting is backing these guys up.
As they make their way through once more. This is a magnificent performance so far from Damon Woods. This is why he's been the benchmark of the season so far, ladies and gentlemen. Just pulling away with it in the early stages here at Le Mans. Damon Woods, Kobe Williams, Jacob O'Reilly, co-drivers watching on nervously, but thankful that they're still in the mix here. There's a few drivers that have already got the tail dangling between their legs. They're out the back kicking stones, knowing that their hopes have been dashed. Good news too. From pit road, only Tommy Wallace remains on pit lane at the moment. Nick Curdy's got back out there. Luke Swan's got back out there. So too Marina Morella and Sam Chapman. So 33 cars on the racetrack right now. Akira's 1 and 2.
Well, just keeping an eye, just a few different little bits and pieces. Like I said, I'm fairly confident the 51 car is fuel saving. I have a sneaking suspicion the 606, so that's the 280 OPR cars are doing a bit of saving. So just doing some research and diving through my contacts up and down the lane. It's actually only 51 minutes on fuel without fuel saving. And you can get the extra lap, it's only 55. So it's a guaranteed 3-stopper.
Okay.
But what does that 3-stopper look like in terms of time? And that's why that safety car is so crucial.
Well, that's exactly right. And where that safety car falls as well, Scott. Because, well, if it falls in right on the cusp at the end of the first stint, you're probably out of juice anyway. But it extends the life of the second stint, doesn't it? So we'll wait and see how all that plays out. If it is, well, it could be a 10-minute lap around here behind the safety car. If we should only be getting one safety car lap per period, 2 at most. And that's a long time, a huge chunk of time. You get that 20 minutes, you're in the fight. You're in the hunt with the chance to do it on 2 stops. But again, a bit like Daytona, we're teetering on the edge. We don't know. Some were able to do it on 2, some had to make it 3. The World Centre of Racing. The strategy play at Fuji and Spa, a little bit different, particularly Fuji, because that race played out so very differently to Spa. We went green all the way through, but different fuel mileage, different burn rates, etc. and so forth. Spa, it was just, you know, a series of short and sharp sprint races and a little bit of a longer run towards the back end. So all 3 rounds have played out so differently thus far. This has got a bit more of a round 1 feel to it as we make our way onto the Mulsanne with Reece Wakefield. Let's just ride with Reece Wakefield and leave that radar graph down at the bottom of the screen there, Jay, because I want to see exactly what the top speed is for Reece Wakefield aboard the Antic Motorsport McLaren. Up pushing 275 at the moment, and that's without too much help of the slipstream and draft. 279 to 279 is about the top speed down there as he gets onto the anchors now. Not bad, that speed, quite frankly.
You know, Jake Maloney in that 22 car just picked up the slow down penalty, so he's able to shoot back there to the roof. Actually seeing some crowd on the way, but it's still on the bike. There's no lane there, so don't get the Wilmingtons out. I hope you didn't pack them for the trip to France.
Let's just remind everybody of what our track and weather conditions are doing at the moment, if you can, Jay. And Scott, there it is. Still 24 degrees, still 38 on track, so no change in the last 3/4 of an hour since we last checked in there. Partly cloudy still, 16 kilometre an hour. That has changed the wind direction. It's now a southeaster and 39% humidity.
The lap times, though, is just so different between the front car and this second group. So when I look at the lap times at the moment, fastest lap of the race, 3:54.044, so 3:54 flat, basically. And most recent lap for the 56th entry, 3:54.137. So he's tearing around in the low 3:54s. So the fastest lap time for the second place car was just set, 3:55.784. So under there doing some massive fuel saving. And that was a clean lap, so that says massive fuel saving on the 69 entry. And I just don't know. Yeah, I'm just watching Jacob O'Reilly. I just saw him lift out just before they got to the braking zone for Indianapolis. And then down here to Arnage. But he might, yeah, I was about to say he might have a dive, but that's the plan here. And again, Cody Williams just says, yep, okay. That cuts me some slack, and that means I can go back to fuel saving without losing lap time.
You mentioned actually, no, sorry. I'm losing train of thought here because I'm seeing that our social media posts are being updated as we go, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to make sure that we do cover off again. Well done to David Woods for the place at pole position. One of many great supporters. We've obviously mentioned our friends at the Gamesman and Logitech, but also OG Gear, Motorsport Australia, SimSpeed, Esports Network, and MPI, Max Pappas Innovations. And on the subject of OG Gear, we'll obviously, throughout the course of this race, go back and acknowledge our hard charger, our driver of the day from the last round of the series as well, ladies and gentlemen. So do
huge mistake for the 69 car, the final chicane.
And that was Kobe Williams. It's going to cost him. So Williams has dropped to 4th in all of that. He's managed to cover off the would-be attack of Van der Waals, Jake Burton, only just. And it's invited Stefan McCartan into the fight up the inside of Burton. Brilliant from McCartan to pounce on that and swoop at the right time. Bided his time, waited for his moment, pounces on it to reward his 5th place in the motor race. Brilliant stuff. Damon Woods leads at Jacob O'Reilly 2nd, Zach Kerr up to 3rd for Vermilion Esports, and Kobe Williams back to 4th as a result of an uncharacteristic mistake. So it's now Vermilion, a double stack of Vermilion in an Eclipse sandwich at the top of the leaderboard, Scotty Rankin.
Yeah, and now he's got some work to do, because that 69 car, that was a big bounce over those curves as well. 3 wide, just in behind the these guys are starting to press on the ball race.
Simon Mesmo just popping up in pit lane as well, ladies and gentlemen. So Mesmo's taken over from Swanee, and good to see those guys going to be able to get themselves back out in the car race.
I mean, Mez would have done some practice. And the thing for him is they're going to get out there and go, oh, I did practice. I'm going to turn some laps if I can.
Indeed.
Benefit is, he's actually up behind one of these race guys. I like harassing him at awkward moments and getting him to take over as he goes. And he'll love that, because there was never an opportunity I don't miss out on to give Jack Vlahovic a little bit of harassment. Jack, unfortunately, not the strongest start. I do want to stress, can you say exactly what you said to me, the advice given to Bruce DiCavallo before the first laps?
Yeah, look, I may have, across the start-finish line said to Bruce, all right, careful into one, mate, cold brakes and tyres. He goes, yep, no worries. And, typical driver brain, and completely went in one ear and out the other. And here we are, we're pretty well in the fight back now. We've made back all the room we've lost, but, it's cost us 50 minutes in the race, so...
In terms of things, what's the plan for this one? How far into the race is Bruce going to run? I believe it's Jack Willis who's driving alongside of here tonight. He also runs across in the V8 car as well.
Yeah, I think at this moment we're just going to try and stretch the fuel as long as we can. We've got a little bit of damage on the front of the car, so trying to get as much of that fixed. We've had Widders step in tonight. We've had our other drivers sort of be unavailable to fill in, Matt and Tim. I'm sure they're watching at home, but yeah, Jack's going to do a phenomenal job tonight in the V8 series like he normally does, so it's good to have him in the car.
In terms of things, that damage in the front end, it's the first time I've just sort of become aware of it. Where's that one come from? How early on the race was that?
That was the end of lap 1. We had in the final chicane, we had a better exit than the car in front, and sort of we couldn't get enough right to sort of get out of their way without sort of driving into them. So completely self-inflicted, really.
Right, in terms of things, this season's been a massive change up for you and the team behind the scenes and what's going on. There's obviously been the pickups of Brian Borg and Jack Widders in terms of the GT Pro standings, and you can see that with Jack climbing on board. But it's been a massive year, I think, for you guys as well, because you guys have just been working away at things, and sort of slowly bringing yourself to the forwards. Is there a goal in mind that you want to sort of achieve before the end of the season?
I think at this point in the GT Pro Series, we're probably looking at a top 15 finish in the points if we can. In terms of the V8 stuff, I think it's just sort of trying to improve what Jack and Ryan have been doing, so coming on board and sort of engineering them a little bit more and taking a lot of the stress away from them and just allowing them to drive and they don't have to worry about so much behind the scenes.
And the other cool thing I've heard, I know exactly who one of your co-drivers is, but I believe you've got some star power coming your way for the endurance races on board your team.
Yeah, still up in the air. Still going backwards and forwards with a few drivers, but it looks like at this stage, we will have Oscar Target and Jada and steer with the guys. So obviously Jada's particularly busy, so he's been rather tricky to get a hold of and lock down dates with all the driving he does. Obviously with Ryan Wood this year in Gen 3 in the supercars, and then with Tigani GT Australia.
Mate, finally, you've got a pack of absolute Americans over at your team that never stop harassing each other. Is there anyone you want to take the mickey out of whilst you've got the opportunity?
I think just you, Scott. I think you, mate. Couldn't help but throw you under the bus here. You're a bit of a moth to a light, really, when you think about it. So.
I might actually get to finally give off the... I've been giving off moth and lamp references subtly throughout the entire, I think, the last sort of 6 months or so, and I think Jack might have just dropped where that came from, so...
No relation to me whatsoever, boys.
All
Jack,
right, get out of here.
Jack, you're welcome back anytime, mate. We love it. Thank you. Great banter. It livens things up on a Friday night, mate. Good luck to you and the rest of the team for what's left of this race at Le Mans.
Thank you very much, guys. Keep up the good work.
I love it. See, I love that you've stitched yourself up there inadvertently, Scotty. You've invited him in, and he's parting words through you right under the bus.
You know, I didn't expect that to go that way. But the whole reason I actually wanted to get Jackie in here and have a chat to him is just there's so many characters in Australian sim racing, and he's probably one of the unknown ones. So, but yeah, shed some light on him, which is always good. Jack's done a fair bit of work and helped me out with some stuff previously. Did some prep work, and he did some testing with me to help me out for the LSR 12 hour earlier in the year. Thought to repay the favour, and instead that blew up in my face. So he gets the vote back from you, and I think he'll never get anything from me again.
Oh dear. Fantastic. We're reaching a crucial point of the race, gentlemen. We're at the quarter race distance mark in about 2.5 minutes' time. We're riding on board with Sam Blackrock for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Last time out, of course, and that entry there with Harrison Lewis at the wheel was awarded the driver of the day, and they'll be looking to repeat the heroics of Le Mans. Of Spa here at Le Mans. We're riding on board with him now through the Michelin curves on his way through the back end of this lap, trying to break his way into the top 10. And Reese Gustel for Evolution Racing just ahead of him, the 4.56. We go back to Benjamin Brook, Frog Leap Juiced Racing Red. That was the OG Gear Hard Charger last time out at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. And well done to both Jake Kennedy and Brenton Hobson for getting to the bottom of that one for us, because I had the information with regards to the driver of the day, but not the hard charger in front of me here. It didn't even make an appearance on our socials. Plus 19 spots for those guys at Spa on a night where it was easy to make the way forward, because the field kept getting brought back together through safety car intervention after safety car intervention after interruption caused by crashes, etc. and so forth. So it was a night of survival, and they punched really well on that particular occasion. We go back to the Astro 999, and that's right next behind the wheel at the moment, sitting 12.
Yeah, good run from this car as well. They're also punching a little bit above their weight. They've been putting a lot of hours in this year, sort of coming of age. So, you know, that car is starting to push its way forwards in terms of its potential and its offerings in the future. I think you're sort of seeing a little bit of that. I've got a car, slow, the Iridium Sim Sports Porsche in the gravel at the final. No damage to it, so that's just a spin, so it's got away with that one.
Which means play on, and press on we shall. Damon Woods has completed lap 11. He's on lap 12. Here's the spin again, coming up to the third last corner of the lap and spinning all the way to the second last corner of the lap, and then, oh gee, reversing out of there.
Did you see the left rear tyre on that though? Wasn't turning when he hit reverse. The right one was going, the left one wasn't.
That's an interesting observation from you, Scott. I was more going along the lines of why didn't he flick spin it instead of reversing back onto the racetrack, because iRacing usually do traction control, of course. But I was going to say iRacing do sometimes frown upon that if you go a little bit too far in reverse on the racetrack. We have known people to be thrown out of the server with a disqualification in the past for that. Thankfully, it was only 10 or 15 metres and they get away with it, press on. So, in other words, what you're saying is keep an eye out for an issue with the tyre?
Potentially. I'm just saying the left rear tyre looked like it was off the ground fractionally there, which is why it wasn't spinning. So, you know, it was spinning slowly. Something was going on there. Whether it was like it wasn't spinning in time with the rest of the car.
Let's hope for their sake that it is a glitch. Have a look at this. The battle for fourth. It is on in earnest. Now, Vermilion have taken off. The Vermilion boys are working beautifully together. Jacob O'Reilly and Zach Kerr, they've broken clear of the OPR entry of the Stephen McCartan and the Eclipse Sim Sport entry of Kobe Williams. They're covered by half a second at the moment as they make their way through the right-hander. and on their way up towards Indianapolis. Kobe Williams is in behind them in 5th spot, then 6th spot is Jamie Christensen, 2 seconds down the road. So this battle pack of 6s now has started to spread out into smaller bunches, with the Vermilion boys firmly holding station in 2nd and 3rd. But that battle between OPR and Eclipse, I would suspect, will erupt between now and, of course, the end of the first hit strike.
Yeah, so anything can happen basically is you saw this next lap, so we got this lap in, and the next one after that will be when you'll see the first lap pit stops, and then the lap after that. So, yeah.
Here we go. 2 hours, 13 minutes to run. Damon Woods leads Jacob O'Reilly. It's 12.3 seconds. So even though the Vermilion boys have broken clear and got back in front of the Eclipse Sim Sports and the OPRs of the world, and their next target is Damon Woods, Woods is still finding a way to stretch his advantage at the top end of town, which is hugely impressive and further testament to the calibre of driver he is and the pedigree he brings to the table. Zach Kerr is 3rd. Whoa, trouble!
Ooh.
Big one for Adam Jepson in 27th spot. And that car is limping away, but it's crabbing.
That might be
Big
as far
shot.
as that car goes. You may not see that car go any further.
Damon Mulqueen on pit lane 2, by the way, boys, just as all this has erupted. Oh, dear. Hugely unlucky coming into the final sector, and it's thrown him down the road into the fence. Bang. Loses the rear end of the car. He's going to struggle to get that one back to the lane, but like Luke Swan, he's going to leave nothing on the table in his quest and his bid to do so. Oh dear, another one bites the dust. Adam Jepson from 29th position. That might be as far as they go tonight. Sam Blacklock 9th at the moment. Now that's a good move because he's got through on the inside of Reese himself. Reese Wakefield as well. And the Orbit Drop Air Jupiter entry finds himself back into the top 10 now.
So working hard is this one. That's that car sitting on the back of the pits. So big benefit over the mark is it's 4 minutes before traffic comes around, and with war, all these incidents are happening in the last sector as well. There it goes.
Oh, jeez.
There's not a massive amount of time and space to cut through. I reckon this was an attempt at getting an early driver swap out of the way, but also this is you have to do 3 stops regardless, right? So at the end of the day, there's an opportunity for them to undercut just a little bit, get out, get clear, get fresh tyres on. The tricky part for them will be that Brenton Hobson's going to be out here on fresh tyres right now, so he'll lose a bunch of time right now. And then he'll get it back over the next couple laps when everyone else is in the fresh tyres. But the biggest benefit is he's going to be on warm tyres and everyone else is going to be trying to fight and squabble with each other on the cold tyres. And that sometimes is the advantage.
I love the insight that Hobbo offered in the podcast earlier in the week, saying we're running the Mustang because it's the one that I've got my head around, essentially. But what's more interesting is they're the first one to pull the trigger because they've done their homework. And you were alluding to it a few moments ago. They're already aware this is going to be a 3-stopper. They're already across that detail. So by stopping at the 48, 49-minute mark, they're not doing themselves any harm whatsoever. Because that's essentially a 12-lap stint. You do 3 times 48. That's going to get you 144 minutes, which is going to leave 36 at the tail end of proceedings. So they've got a little bit of wriggle room, a little bit of leverage with regards to how late they want to pit that last time through. Here's Damon Woods in complete control at the moment, in the zone, in his element.
Yep, pushing on. We'll just see. Cool, calm. Not much of a thought. A little bit of a look at data, a little bit of a look down. He's just looking at a few different bits and pieces. And across, so he's going that extra lap now as well. So there's also a little bit of fuel saving for this car to get it through that 55-minute marker. Does anyone dive to the lane? No. There you go. There's the first car to dive in.
Stephen McCartan goes. Kobe Williams follows. Pit lane about to become a hub of activity at the Circuit de la Sarre as the 4th round of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series reaches the 3rd waypoint. We're almost at the hour mark. A 3-hour race, the 4th one of the campaign. You're watching it live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube, the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group, and also, of course, the SimSpeed Esports Network. It's good to have you along for the ride this Friday night that will soon be Saturday morning for our friends in New Zealand. It's 11:30 over there, it's 7:30 on the West Coast, 9:30 on the East Coast. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in around Australia, or indeed the world, of course. Even though this is an Australasian-based series, we know that people are watching this in far-flung corners of the continent. O'Shane Colangelo, Hayden Veld, Logan Howard, Aaron Borg. This is a critical lap for so many, Scott.
Yeah, it is. Can you go that one extra lap longer? Can you go longer than that? So it's these next couple laps. I'm just wondering, just with the pace that second Eclipse car was running, the 69 machine, although they pitted, so that sort of puts a line through them, but they were backing the pace way off. So I was expecting them to go quite long in this fuel stint, but they've actually come in very, very early. So that sort of puzzles me and leaves me with a little bit of a head scratcher right there, that they didn't go the extra lap, which says, based upon what I'm looking at from their first stint, for Kobe Williams, he basically had 3 laps in the middle where times were deleted due to slowdown penalties being applied to that car. So that's kind of why they had to come in a little bit early, because they had to press on, they had to sort of try and turn the wick up a little bit, because the car just got themselves outside the track and had to get themselves penalised by the stewards. They lost so much time. One slowdown penalty in a stint is disastrous. When you get that second one, you're just sitting there and you're just going, man, I've done it again.
Yep, can't take the break. And then you get cranky, the red mist descends, and the likelihood of mistakes, etc., and it all unravels and falls apart. There's the battle pack for 5th at the moment in GTPRO, appropriately enough. Sam Blackwell, Reese Gusell, Reese Wakefield, Blake Neck, Kobe Jones at the moment. Now, interestingly, you saw Jackson Rayhana on screen there a few moments ago. He's taken over the 55 Summit SimSport entry for the moment as well, having got back out onto the racetrack in 19th position. There are 4 drivers ahead of him that have completed a pit stop at this point, they being Thomas Freeman, Josh Anderson, Byron Phillips and Jake Edwards. So there's been a couple of driver changes there as well, it's important to note. So already some strategy play at play here, Scott, but there are a couple of drivers who are going to opt to double stint this race and then hand over to their co-driver essentially to double stint home.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'm just sort of keeping half an eye on when does Brenton Hobson make his gains in that car, because remember, he popped out of the group early with Damon Mulqueen putting the hand on over to him. They were on more tyres. Now they've done one more lap on these tyres already. What does that look like in terms of a benefit? Is there some gain for them?
2 hours and 5 minutes to run. We're strapped in and we're in for the long haul, ladies and gentlemen. Into pit lane comes the race leader. Eclipse SimSport entry of Damon Woods with a lead of 14.5 seconds. Makes his way to pit road.
Job done, I think.
There's just no catching him at this point, is there, Scott, really, to be fair?
He's going to need safety car to be pegged back even the slightest. So. But for now, it's just get into the lane, see what your car looks like, see how things are going, take a little bit of a read of the situation that's in and around you. This is the lead car of those cars that did pit last time around. Byron Phillips on board the 69 Eclipse Acura. Jake Edwards is on board number 51 Mustang from behind them. So that was a net gain. So the 69 car did save some extra fuel. Their fuel drop to get them through the pit stop was shorter than the 51 car behind them. So they did save more fuel in that run. So that 51 OPR Mustang was really pushing to scrap that pace out of that car. Whereas the 69 machine was not all guns blazing. They were pegging back just a little bit to try and take that advantage in the field.
So Damon Woods, Zach Kerr, Reese Wakefield, Blake Neck. You can see it's a long pit lane transit here, especially with the stop being 42.4 seconds for Damon Woods. That's a full fill for him. 1:14 on the lane and back out into the race in the race lead. Perwin, Lillis, Kerr, Wakefield, Neck, Kelly, Pisnik, Ratu, And then Jack Widders has taken over the Momentum Motorsport 78 entry. Lockhart Brownlee's aboard the 692 for orbit drop there now. Byron Phillips, Bradley Rudder, they're all making their way back out of the racetrack. It's a race off pit lane. The field is cleansed. First time through at the Circuit de la Sarre after 14 laps. And already the moves are being made. That's Thomas Freeman down there on the inside, the 606. Getting by Reese Wakefield and now trying to get by Piesnik as well. Big move early on from Freeman. Making his mark on this race. Next target for him, his teammate Jake Edwards, but the problem is they've lost 4 seconds. 4 seconds up the road to the OPR second entry there of Jake Edwards. Harrison Lewis has rejoined the race in 5th place, best place to the orbit drop there, Motorsport stable. They're the big gain out of that first round of pit stops, to be fair, Scott. A very good stop for them, 36.885. So already we're seeing some varying strategies here because it looks as though Harrison Lewis has gone for one lap less of maybe fuel to go a shorter second stint here to try and gain some track position, and it's worked for him so far. I would love to be able to have a chat to Scott Rankin, but I can't. We'll come back to Scotty very shortly. In the meantime, as we make our way through, Brock Kelly sitting there in 11th place now, making runs down the Mulsanne. Blake Neck in behind. He's got the best seat in the house at the moment, watching Piesnik and Kelly race side by side. Uh-oh. A little bit of Blinky Bell action for Brock Kelly in the Summit Sim Sport entry. Good to see Brock actually out there as part of the GTPRO Invitational Series. Had the chance to catch up with him when I was in Perth a couple of years ago at the XL Nationals. He jumped on and did a little bit of guest commentary with me for Facebook Live. And now he's out there plying his trade in real estate and territory that's far more familiar and comfortable for him, and that being the cockpit of a race car. Harrison Lewis, 6th spot at the moment. Andre Heimgartner, there he is. Andre Heimgartner, car number 77, McLaren. For Trans-Tasman Racing, enters the race in 21st position. Not sure if we were aware of any teams, because one thing that we should clarify for the audience at home, you've got the opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen, to nominate 4 drivers, right, per entry for the season. At not one point do we expect all 4 to be in the car on the same night, but it would be interesting to see if anyone's going to run a 3-driver setup at any point throughout the course of this campaign. For the most part, they've gone with 2-driver setups so far through the first 3 rounds. I would expect that trend to continue through rounds 4, 5 and 6. Scott Rankin will be back with us momentarily. In the meantime, we ride on board with Brock Kelly, who's got John Piesnik in sight. The 4-5-6 for Evolution Racing in 11th place at the moment. They're trying to not lose contact with the Reese Wakefield entry for Antic Motorsport, who's just up the road in 10th. Towards the back section of the lap we go. I'll go back to Scott Rankin in just a moment. He's just re-entered the commentary box. Let's have a look at a couple of different things here, right? Firstly, Damon Woods has extended the lead out to 13.3. It was 14.5 coming into the stop, so theoretically he's lost a second somewhere along the way there. But when it's this long a track, this long a lap, and you've got 13 seconds up your sleeve, you're not too worried just yet. You're not getting any anxious or nervous feeling about you. Josh Perwin's rejoined in 3rd place. Zach Ratway-White, no doubt with the red mist still hovering from the last round, Scott, where he got that late race penalty after the unfortunate incident on the safety car. He has a point to prove tonight. He's sitting in 5th place at the moment. Let's wait and see what he brings to the table over the course of the next hour and a half.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing with the chip on his shoulder. There's been a chip on his shoulder for such a long period of time. He has really, really wanted to show his... I think the case has been proved. I reckon the results haven't necessarily come his way, but I think the case has been proved. You know, you don't have to go back very, very far. And he was someone that was calling around. He'd be at the back end of this field. 2 years ago, he'd be making this field just. You know, would be where he would have started out. And for him to have come through in that time period and now be at the sorry, I do him a disservice. It's probably about 3 years ago now when I think about it. But yeah, that's how much progress he's made in that time. To not only jump through as much as he has in that period of time is worthwhile. So he'll have the chip on his shoulder because he'll want the results and he will be a driving force for him. But the work's done. It's just, you don't have the results to prove it for you at the moment. Whereas, very, very interesting to keep an eye on this number 14 car as well. I'm desperately curious to see how Adam Briggs does as Hamish Collin tries to hang on around the outside. Still there.
Still there, all right.
That's not good for pace down the Mulsanne.
Nope. Going to open up the door and invite that Trans-Tasman Racing entry right into the fight. Don't make their way down. We're right on board with Andre Heimgartner, 23rd at the moment.
Oh, no.
The road's being blocked in front of him. He's got nowhere to go. Roadblock to the left, roadblock to the right. He tucks in behind. He follows Hamish Crowlin down the Mulsanne. Good by Adam Briggs. Nicely done. Now, speaking of Adam Briggs, it's important that we mention this because we got some intel from Brenton Hodgson earlier in the day. Their best GT3 driver, Hobo's words, not mine, Ewan Baker, a late withdrawal. So the great Jordan Ross will be alongside Adam Briggs in our primary car with absolutely no practice, was the words from Hobo. But Rossi to get through the opening stint and hand it over to Briggsy in one piece. I think those guys will be happy so far.
Yeah. And that'll be Jordan Ross's day done. He'll hand it over and he'll rest up. He might grab a brew, sit down and enjoy watching Adam Briggs go to work. Will be about what he's thinking.
I think we need to get him in here to the commentary box with the chat. Harrison Lewis up in the 5th spot, having got past Zach Ratway White, and Josh Perwin has gained 2nd place back from Zach Kerr, and Damon Woods' lead has ballooned out now beyond 14 seconds once more. And have a look at this. A mistake for Zach Kerr has opened up the door beautifully for Josh Perwin to make his way through. He kicked up the kitty lid up, but kept it straight, kept the boot into it, drops in behind. Josh Perwin will now lead the Vermilion train. In pursuit of Damon Woods. Philip Lewis, our driver of the day from the last round of the series, on screen right there for you, ladies and gentlemen. And what a drive it was too. A breakthrough result for him in this series. Of course, I asked him earlier in the week, Scott, and you might be able to shed some light on this as well, from your own experience over the years. And it's not just probably from a driver's standpoint, but from a commentary standpoint as well. We're very familiar with the concept of jumping from track to track, from series to series, and calling more than one category in any given week. How difficult a task for the drivers this week, because Harrison Lewis was at Road America on Monday night in the GSRC GT3 Pro series there. Then he's had to turn it around very quickly and get ready for Spa. He's in the Mustang there. He's in the McLaren here. Different race cars, different race tracks, but skilled drivers like Harrison Lewis, I mean, time is of the essence these days. It's been a very busy week for him, no doubt. As a race car driver, as a commentator, how do you handle that juggle when you know you've got a big week ahead of you and you've got to attribute a certain amount or allocate a certain amount of time to each task ahead of you to try and make sure that you justify the job and do it justice in the process?
To be honest with you, jumping between different manufacturers in the GT3 is not all that difficult. They definitely certainly have their quirks. One of the biggest things that I mentally do as a driver is when I'm jumping through the categories, and I say the categories, generally I'm not going to move around too much within a GT3 stable. One of the things is I'll mentally, as a preparation tool, these are the notes, these are the attributes of the car, and I'll list them off mentally, walk through them and go, this is what I'm going to do. If I'm jumping through, say, from a Formula Ford to a Porsche Cup car, which was something I used to do for fun quite a lot, was go and race a very quick official in the Formula Ford, and then jump into it, and then I'd jump across to a Porsche Cup car. The difference is there, a lot more trail braking, don't overcarry the speed of the Formula Ford car. You can a little bit the Porsche Cup car, but you really want to trail brake. So it's just that conversation mentally about jumping between those quirks. Don't forget as well, because Zach Ratway White is on screen, also races in dirt sprint cars every Thursday, every second Thursday, most of the time throughout the year as well. So he's going to get prep work for that. Does that to a reasonable level as well. 14 sprint cars at USA Speedway last night. So he's done prep work and to jump into that and then jump straight back to this. He would definitely feel a lot more comfortable here, but he's competed and got a top 10 last night And look where he is here again tonight. Again, there are some drivers that are just capable of it, actually racing down to the Mulsanne corner. Rattray White's tried to shove the nose in as he got the run, but he just wasn't able, he wasn't given the room. Lewis just disincentivized it enough for him to back out.
Indeed. I have bad news for those of you that are cricket supporters, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch Byron Pearce on pit road now in position 29, and that is that South Africa are 2-0 up in the one-day series. Breaking news out of Mackay. Australia have been scheduled for 193 and 38 overs in response to South Africa's 277. South Africa win by 84 runs and take a 2-0 unassailable lead in the series going into the third match on Sunday. Australia, of course, won the T20 series 2-1. So South Africa will leave Australia with some silverware at last, and that's a very good result for them. And nonetheless, Australia will go back to the drawing board because their next limited overs assignment will be the Indians in October, and then of course red ball, pink ball cricket against the Poms in November, December and January with the Ashes.
As well?
193 they're all out for. Yeah.
How about a stat for you? That's the first time in history coming into tonight's game that they've been rolled out less than 200 and most recently 3 games in a row in Australia. No DIs. Make that up before. Love a good stat.
Yep, so do I. I'm right there with you. Well played. Jay's in our ear saying, let's not go there. Let's not go down that avenue this early in the evening.
He's got a stats database in there for cricket stuff. And
absolutely.
So if you ever want to know a weird off-brand statistic about cricket, bother Jay Kennedy. He will be able to pull it out.
The good thing about that, Scott, is we're in here with him on the day of the Logitech GTPRO Invitational Series Bathurst 1000, which is also day 3 of the first test of the Ashes. So I think we're all going to have eyes going in all different directions, keeping an eye on race screen, timing, all of our homework and data in front of us, plus one eye on the cricket. It's going to be a bloody fantastic day. Have a look at this battle. Speaking of bloody fantastic, if I'm allowed to say that at this time of the night, I think I am. Through we go. It is, of course, the battle down outside the top 20 now. Andre Heimgartner in the middle of it. Hamish Cleland just ahead of him. And Alan Briggs in behind him, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Yes, there is a motor race going on out there. Ladies and gentlemen, I've mentioned the cricket. I'll come back. Whoa! Andre Heimgartner using all the road and a little bit more. Trying to get down on the inside of Hamish Cleland. Have a look at this for a fight as we make our way through back to the main straight. They're 1 minute and 20 off the pace, but it's going so well for the Damon Woods and Josh Perwins of the world that these guys are not aiming as high as that at the moment. They're just focused on their own inner positional squabble here, and it's captivating. It's holding our attention for the moment, and why wouldn't it be? 3 different teams involved in this contest at the moment, and 3 different manufacturers as well, Ferrari, McLaren and Ford, as they head off on yet another lap here at the Circuit de Lassard. Lap 18 of what we think will be 45, 46, maybe 47 laps if we can go full distance here at the Circuit de Lassard without safety car intervention this evening.
Yeah, got a fun stat for you as well.
Go for it.
Here's one, and this will be a question to everyone. Who is the player to have played the most Big Bash League games without scoring a run? And it's definitely a bowler. Yeah, you won't believe who it is because they've scored a Test match 99.
Oh, Starkey.
No.
He has a Test match 99. That's the only reason I went for him straight away. I was like, hang on, scored one from the Bash. Okay, Test match 99. All right, come back to that one. You stumped me.
That's the worst clue I could have given you.
True.
There's no other one that I can really give it away.
We'll come back to that later on. I might do some digging here at my end and can't work that one out. Test match 99s, and they are universally, of course, remembered for all the wrong reasons for the batsmen involved, but it's a nice stat for those of us that follow the game closely. So yes, the Ashes coming up November 21, folks, so don't be surprised if you're getting rolling score updates from Optus Stadium whilst we're here calling the tail end of the 1000 on the 23rd. Harrison Lewis all over the back of Zach White like a cheap suit at the moment. Blake Neck dropped a couple of positions there and was off the road momentarily, limping away from the scene of the crime. John Peasnick has gone through, so too has Brock Kelly. Of course, the car just ahead of him at the moment is traffic at this point. Lewis Greathead back out there in 30th place, by the way. Now, was there contact here between these two cars? No, there was not. He's done that all on his own, has Blake Neck.
Get that out of the barrier too, because as soon as the rear end come out of that car, I thought it was going straight in. And Adam Briggs about to have a go to try and go around the outside of Andre Heimgartner on the one to Indy. This will be bravery. You can get a shot of it and backed out. So
now, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned the cricket already. At the end of the race, I'll come back and cover off what's been a big night of AFL and NRL as well. So a lot going on a Friday night, busier than usual, because not normal for us to have 2 AFL matches on a Friday night, but it is round 24 after all. Through we go. That battle for 21st continues. And that's the great thing about this series, Scott. Yep, the field has spread out probably a little bit more than we'd like it to this early in the piece. We're still not yet at halfway, but everywhere we look, there seems to be at least 2 or 3 cars in the same battle pack. That bodes well for keeping us engaged and entertained throughout the course of the 3 hours here. And when someone like Andre Heimgartner is sitting down there in 21st position, and he's just broken clear of Adam Briggs at the moment, Hamish Cohen trying to get down the inside and thinks better of it, then you know just how slick a series this is, just how extreme the talent pool is here. We're very fortunate. I mean, we could have opened this up to the world, but we said no. This is for the best races in Australasia, sim and real world combined, obviously, Australia and New Zealand. And Andre Heimgartner is certainly up there in the upper echelons of the talent pool, but even he hasn't been able to match it with these guys just yet, but he's loving the experience all the same.
I think the big thing for Andre is there was a quote that sort of came to me, I think, at the benefit of Jack Burton, I want to say. It was a long time ago on my own podcast. It said that basically the engineering the people around Andre was, they were looking at data and they were sort of doing some comparing. And the biggest thing when the engineering staff started having a look at these data was they said there was an immediate accuracy and skill improvement when he was doing sim racing stuff. So they said to him, get on the sim racing, do more of it, because you can see a benefit whenever you're doing sim racing. So there was a big push from his engineering group to get him behind the wheel a lot more often, as Lockhart Brownlee's going to go toe-to-toe. This is Sim Racing 88. So this is Hobbo under a bit of assault. Actually, I think this is Hobbo on the attack.
Yeah, it is. He's up into 18th. And Lockie Cable, the next target for him as well. So this is, again, another 3-way battle pack. Again, another 3 different teams involved here. We're right on board with Lockhart Brownlee. The good thing about the Mulsanne, a couple of spare seconds to, as you see all there, scratch the old head. Maybe reach for the drink bottle, whatever the case may be. It's a long lap around here, but you do get a bit of time to relax along the way, especially if you're in the slipstream. But, oh gee, that was a big tank slapper moment for him. Once you get to those corners and braking points, you have to be 100% switched on and engaged. And we mentioned, so Acura's Kane Ryder's jumped on board the Team Max Boost entry out of interest as well. Jackson Rayhan is still aboard the Summit SimSport Ferrari in position number 15. So you've got Chevrolet, McLaren and Ford in this 3-way battle pack at the moment as well. So again, like the battle for 21st, Scott, 3 different manufacturers, 3 different teams. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, you want to see that balance and that spread. We spoke at length back at Spa about what you think the manufacturer decision rulings done to this series, but I think one of the biggest things as well is having a look at a lot of the data across the manufacturers as well, and how things have changed. We're starting to see a wider variety. Have a look at this. Is the Corvette gets out, picks up a little bit of gravel, a little bit of a slide from all 4 of the cars as they make their way through Arnage. Out the other side. But one of the bigger things we're starting to see is a wider... Oh, no!
Oh, come on! Josh Perwin coming onto the main straight. The Vermilion Esports entry has had a moment and is going to drop down out of the top 5. He drops down to 9th. It's a defining moment in the contest. Was there contact between these two cars? Eclipse Sim Sport and Formula 1, yes there was! Wow!
Was there a slowdown penalty? Because there's no reason for Josh Purwine to be over there. He doesn't need to cover that spot from that far back. So that says to me, he's got a slowdown penalty.
Let's have a
Keep
look.
your eyes further back. There's a slowdown penalty for Purwine to be clear. Sorry, is it Purwine? It's the number 3 car. That's Josh Purwine. Does he cut a little bit too much? What's he? Yeah, he's trying to serve a slowdown penalty. So I don't know. But Byron's had a lot of opportunity to dodge out there. I reckon it might be further back than that. I think it might be Porsche Curves that he's trying to clear it from. Yeah, it's got to be the Porsche Curves. That's the only spot that's in range. Because Purwine comes off the edge of the Porsche Curves and he just drops a boatload of time. In fact, he has to look ahead number 3 car. He's got to be off the yellow curves. You've got to be at least two wheels back on the racing surface off that yellow marker. That is a slowdown penalty.
Wowee. Can you believe this car race? And another sting in the tail for Vermilion. And that battle that they've been having all season with Eclipse. Oh no, Eclipse Sim Sport. Byron Phillips is dropping out of the server at the moment, would you believe it? This will be a packet loss slowdown issue. And Byron Phillips was in 19th at the time. So, there's a dagger in the heart of Vermilion, but there's also a dagger in the heart of Eclipse Sim Sports as well. So much action here at Le Mans. Damon Woods leads at 17 seconds to Zach Kerr. Harrison Lewis finds his way into 3rd as a result of all that garbage. And Zach Ratway-White is 4th. Josh Anderson is 5th. And we have 4 different teams in the top 5. Acura 1 and 5. 1 and 4. McLaren 2, 3 and 5. And Ford's 6 and 7. Jake Edwards and Thomas Freeman. And look at Ratway-White giving Lewis the big hurry up.
This is now a spot. This is now 2 spots further forward. So this is now for a podium between these two as they're trying to press each other on. Zach Kerr has now been accelerated to the podium. So there'll be a little bit of debate about whether the 69 car, which by the way has now dropped from the server, and both of them are gone from the server as well. So that car will be done for the day. So we won't see that car until the racing surface. But there'll also be debate about whether or not there should be a penalty, because theoretically they were clearing a slowdown penalty on the racing line.
But were they on the racing line, Scott? Because, I mean, he tried to move to the inside rather than... Because I get what you're saying, because at the end of the day, it's a one-line track through there. And it's very hard because he's on the outside of the right-hander but on the inside of the left-hander. So, yeah, I get where you're at. But I do feel as though
You want to keep an eye on the Porsche Curves
have got a very difficult decision on their hands there if they decide to adjudicate on it. Meanwhile, text correspondence from Lewis Gracehead and Sam Chapman, they're back on pit road as well. Time for a beer, I think, says Sam Chapman. Jeez. And Lewis is never living this down is what Sam Chapman is saying to me at this particular point in time. So bad luck, Lewis Gracehead. Bad luck, Sam Chapman. Chapo, if you want to jump into the interview waiting room, mate, we'll happily have an on-air chat with you. Same rules as GSRC, though, apply. We've got to keep it somewhat family-friendly.
Feel free to rough up the teammates.
Absolutely. I'm not sure we've got a 7-second delay bleeper on our hands here. However, Lewis Gracehead gets back to pit lane. This battle continues, though, between the 4-5-6 of Evolution Racing, John Pisnick, and Brock Kelly now for 10th place. Reece Wakefield is 9th in all of that. They're 3.4 down the road from Josh Purwin, who is 8th now, having dropped all those spots after that earlier incident. And there is another angle of it from above. The incident involving the Vermilion E-Racing entry and the Eclipse Sim Sport entry as well. There will be more to come of that, I'm sure. There will be much discussion about it in the days ahead. But what it does, Scott, is it fuels that ongoing rivalry, the fire of that a little bit more. between Eclipse and Vermilion. Unfortunately, you don't like to see races defined by moments like that, but it gives us plenty to talk about.
Where does the line get drawn? You know,
Correct.
on a sports field, you have a line drawn. It's very, very clear, and it's a unique opportunity as well, because you think about this, a slowdown penalty being so, you don't see a slowdown penalty in the real world, because stepping outside the track limits too often, you get yourself other forms of penalties. You straight up running out of road, or there'll be a safety reason that you're allowed to do it, or there'll be other stipulations there. They track that through sensors. You know, there's not a reason that says to the cars you've got to slow down. Well, why isn't it a safety question? Well, people aren't really at risk in a sim racing car. You can snap wrists, you can snap fingers, and those sorts of things you get important, but generally from a big old shunt, and generally if you're tending to grip the wheel, that's not a problem. Normally it's your high impact stuff in racing, and then also marshals on the area, which is why we use track boundaries really, is to give us, you know, more of a defined racing surface, a little bit more in that stretch of things. But a slowdown penalty, effectively, you've breached the track regulations, and we have the ability to, through sim racing, award you a penalty that we think somewhat mimics the crime. Now, slowdown penalties, a lot of people argue are definitely heavy-handed, but they're heavy-handed to, you know, that's the disincentivizing factor to use that space. If the slowdown penalty was a tenth of a second for every tenth of a second you gain, I'd be out there every lap, because there is no penalty. It is, you know, I gain 3/10 of a second, well, I've got to give that up. I can give that up strategically. That is the game. So it's always going to be stronger than that. And, you know, Perlon pressed on. He tried to, drivers always try and serve them cheaper. And, that's one of those ones where how do you don't indicate when the driver behind you does serve there. That's one of the toughest spots in the racetrack, to serve it. And just he's trying to cover all boxes at the same time. He's getting, you know, in the same result. And I think there was also a little bit of reading from the 69 from Brian Phillips's point of view as well. He was sort of reading, there's a slowdown penalty to serve you. I've got a 5 or something to say, because this is my opportunity. And well, that's where we park the car.
Indeed. Almost at the halfway mark now, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour, 24 minutes into the contest. Lap 22. So we're well on track, actually, to exceed my early predictions of 44 laps. But if we get a safety car, then forget about it. We'll probably lose 2 laps. In the process that it takes us to A, get control of the field, and then re-release them. Have a look at the abuse on the ripple strips being taken there by our leading car, Damien Woods, as they make their way back onto the main straight right now. 1 hour, 24 minutes gone, 21 laps in the books. You're watching it live across the SimSpeed Esports Network and, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group. It's all made possible with the thanks to the great sponsors, top right, bottom right, and bottom left of screen. Of course, we talk about Playseat, the Gamesman, OG Gear, and Logitech, among others. We also, of course, need to thank Motorsport Australia, Speed Cafe, the SimSpeed Esports Network, everybody that's great supporters of everything Australian Sim Racing Group does in 2025. We mentioned Playseat. Max Pappas Innovation was the other one that I needed to mention as well. So big thanks to those that support us. And if you are in a position to support them as well, ladies and gentlemen, we firmly, strongly encourage you to do so. Here's Josh Anderson trying to set up a move on Zach Ratway-White.
Ratway-White's also trying to use Harrison Lillis, press his case a little bit further down the road as well. He's on the bump draft game. Also, don't forget as well, for the Logitech G Play Day is happening September 18th, but it's also, I believe it's from September 8th through to October as well. It's Logitech G Play month. So right across anyone that is a Logitech distributor, you can pick up all the new gear. And on Logitech Play Day, they catalogue all of the new gear that is coming out as well. We announcing new products, partnerships, and celebrating the joy that gaming brings to life. I've got to be honest, I'm lucky enough that I've been a Logitech fanboy since I was first got into gaming years ago. So this partnership was actually right up my alley, and I was very, very happy to be able to support the company that I like picking up my PC peripherals from. For everyone that gets started in sim racing, most of us will jump on board with a Logitech wheelbase. Of course, don't forget the new True Force products that came out last year, including the direct drive wheels for the first time ever, which was a huge addition to their kit. And don't forget as well, there will be an event down in Melbourne in the month, and our producer's been invited to that. And I'm very, very jealous because I would have accepted being Jay's +1 for the day. If I had to show him pretend to be married to him all day, I would have done it.
No, Jay, I was going to say, Jay, very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, into our ear, I would not have let you. And he took the words right out of my mouth because I didn't think he'd be having a bar of that either, Scott. Take your own invitation and just go and gate crash instead. 1 hour, 33 minutes to go. We're almost at the halfway mark, ladies and gentlemen. It's been completely and utterly controlled and dominated by Damon Woods to this point. Who's he handing over to tonight? Dylan Burse or Cody Deeth? Do we have that information available to us yet? I'm not sure. Is Cody coming home fresh from pizza delivery duties again, as he did Fuji? Yep. So
he's in the server and already ready to go, so yeah.
Excellent. Standing on by. Remember, of course, folks, next round of this series is a while away, but it will be the middle of October, Friday, October 17, from the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend in South Australia. There it is for you. Round 5, the Bend Motorsport Park. Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, as it's known for sponsorship reasons. Epicenter of Australian motorsport next month with so many frontline categories heading there on back-to-back weekends, 6th and 7th of September, the Speed Series, 12th, 13th and 14th, the Supercars. Our coverage, Friday, October 17, 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time. So that'll be 4:45 on the West Coast and 9:45 in New Zealand, and everybody in between can do your own mathematics because I lose all patience and tolerance for the 15 different time zones we enter into at that time of the year. Simon Mesmo is on pit road in the meantime, just to get us out of a potential political pitfall trap that I was driving the commentary crew into. Damon Woods leads it from Zach Kerr and Harrison Lewis on the assault here, trying to defend Josh Anderson and Zach Ratway-White down the Mulsanne. Thomas Freeman's in 6th position. Josh Perwin's fought back to 7th, got by Jake Edwards, Reece Wakefield, John Peasnick. And then you go back to Brock Kelly, Blake Neck, Bradley Ratu. And making up the top 15 in 14th place is Jackson Rayhana, 15th, Lachlan Capel, round 1 winner at the moment. A little bit, I must say, I'm a little bit disappointed that the Mustang boys haven't yet, shown their full card and haven't been able to push for a top 3 position yet, Scott. Also disappointed that the Chevs haven't offered much either, because we know that straight line speed is, something that they would have loved to have brought to the table. And the other thing that's a little bit disappointing is we haven't seen much of any real positivity from the BMWs in this campaign either. It has been an Acura and McLaren show for the better part of what is now 10.5 hours of racing.
We are beyond the halfway marker in this series as well. And yet we haven't scored points the second half of the series as yet. So we are bang on the halfway mark in this race in about 7 seconds time.
Yep.
So 90 minutes to the home pit window, second pit window will be open here in about 10 minutes time as well. So we're due to start seeing those stops. I expect we'll see the 88 car again when Marin gets stopped the first time, so it has to be the first one. I expect that'll be the case regardless. But they've progressed on this up. Actually, just made up a spot past Kane Ryder and Team Max boost entry. So they're continuing to progress themselves nicely.
Damon Woods has driven a faultless race so far. Let's have a look down through the order and pick apart some of the bad luck stories here. Good to see Byron Pierce has got back out on the racetrack. Greg Patrick, Ben Jeffrey, Luke Swan, Lewis Greathead, they've all managed to get back out on the racetrack. Tommy Wallace is done for the night. Byron Phillips is done for the night. We're down to 32, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Greg Patrick, 30th at the moment. It was always going to be hard if you bit the dust early here. I mean, clawing one lap back is near impossible here. Red line 2-3, and these guys 4 laps down, so too Jeffrey Swan and Greathead 5. But we pay points all the way down through the order, so there is something to be said for going on with it, soldiering on, chipping away, persevering, pocketing those points. Oh, trouble. Right as we're riding on board with him, Greg Patrick, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there that he had lost complete control of it. He was trying to get it back, but he ended up being a passenger. And he'll limp away from the scene of the crime. Tough night for those guys. Also, we pick up the battle further up the field. This is Eclipse Simsport. This is Zach Ratway-White. This is Harrison Lewis just ahead of him. Josh Anderson in behind. We'll go back and pick apart some of the good and bad luck stories down at the bottom of the order in just a moment. Interesting to note that Andre Heimgartner's still got Adam Briggs for company, but they've dropped Hamish Crowe, and he's lost 5.5 seconds to those guys as they head off on another lap. Lockhart Brownlee still has Kane Ryder for company. Brenton Hobson's trying to stay with Lachlan Capel, and Jackson Rayhana is keeping him at bay. Have a look at this. We were nearly 3 wide there momentarily. Down the Mulsanne once more. They can see the Vermilion entry of Zach Kerr just ahead of them. The margin's 1.9. They are working together to try and reel him in. Ratway-White pushing Lillis along. We ride with Josh Anderson. 292, I reckon I saw there momentarily, kilometres an hour. So good straight line hope for these GT3s with 1 hour and 27 minutes to go. It's, I must say, Scott, to this point, the word I'd use is tame. Yes, there's been a fair bit of action, but nothing's going to top Spa on that front here at Le Mans tonight, unless we get a safety car in the last half hour, in which case all bets are off.
I think one of the interesting things is we're going to get a really, really good opportunity to directly compare the Gen 3 supercar and the GT3 when we get here to Bathurst in a couple of rounds' time. I think also worthwhile having a little bit of a chat about it as well, where we're heading for V8 Pro next time out, because it'll be the second and final of the Supersport rounds, actually.
Yes.
For 2025 as well. We're off to Road Atlanta next time out, which I've heard a lot of...
That'll be a beauty.
Well, you say that, but everyone I talk to says I am not looking forward to it. So, and by the way, you still haven't gotten back to me on which cricketer has the most innings without a BBL run.
No, I haven't, but I've just been reliably informed that Sam Chapman has slid into the DMs and said, "Fill me up if you get bored and want to yap at some point." But be warned, he's smashing his first pale ale of the evening. and I can't say I blame him for that. Scott, you might go for a little bit of a wander if you can, just to see, because they're all the way down in V. So it's going to take a while to find him and then drag him up to the booth. In fact, I'm not even sure if that's possible to drag him up all the way from there. But I'll leave you to see if you can't do that for us, and we'll have a chat with Chapo in just a moment. Actually, well played, right on cue, Scott. Well played, thank you. Chapo's in the booth. Hard luck, mates. I mean, you've already put the helmet in the rack for the night. You're done. Louis is going to bring this one home. Unfortunate for you guys, it was over very early in the piece. Is the plan just to push on, pocket the small handful of championship points that you're going to get, and then reset, refocus on trying to bring a good showing to Scott's got me thinking about Road Atlanta with the V8 Pro. Shell v Power Motorsport Park and also Mount Panorama, given that they're the last 2 rounds of the series. Knowing that you've still got plenty of potential, plenty to offer, plenty to bring to the table. You could potentially, throw a spanner in the works for the would-be championship contenders with regards to maybe nabbing some, desired, treasured championship points off them. But unfortunately, I would hazard a guess that your championship hopes for you two individually have been dashed tonight.
Yeah, it's probably a tough run from here. It's, unfortunate one. It's the car was fast. Lewis did an amazing job in qualifying to put a P4. Like 2 of our guys in the top 4 there, and 3 super competitive cars. It was great, but yeah, it was very tricky going into Indianapolis, particularly on cold tyres, and just got him after. He's been flawless all season, so we can't have too much of a go. But it's unfortunate one, and we'll just try and finish as many laps as we can.
Indeed, and tough as well. I mean, considering the pace you brought to the table, I mean, there's something to be said about the way in which some of the elements that really played the Spa-Francorchamps round of the series carried over to here. Cold tyres, the new iRacing GT3 car model, etc., etc. What was it exactly that brought Louis undone? Has he spoken to you about it?
Yeah, it was just, I think it was cold tyres there. It was probably a little slower in entry than was expected and holding a little bit more brake than could go on those tyres at that point. So it was really easy to get a swapper on. I did during my stint at 1.2, but was able to hold on to it and had slightly warmer tyres. So, yeah, it was unfortunate. So, we'll reset. It was good to put it there and, took a little bit of pressure off me at the end of the day. But yeah, we're just happy to see the other two cars up there at the moment still. Obviously, after Josh, was taken out there, I'm not quite sure what was going on with that one. He'll be super quick as the race goes on. And yeah, I mean, unlike last round though, we could have done with a bit of a safety car here and there, but it wasn't to be.
I was going to say we were talking about the prospects of a safety car. We weren't too thrilled with the prospect of having to pad for 10 minutes whilst the safety car was lapping around Le Mans, mate. So we were happy not to see one, but at the same time, we can understand why you guys would have been cheering that on. It means, I guess, that you guys are in an undesirable position, really, in the sense that you can recalibrate and refocus your attention on how you go about your plan of attack for the last two rounds of the series now. Shelby Power Motorsport Park will be the next stop. Your backyard, essentially, these days, Chapo, without giving too much away. But what are your thoughts on that and what you guys might bring to the table? Because for all the stuff that we've been seeing over on the platforms of the GSRC this term, where the Mustangs have been, thriving and flying, unfortunately, it still looks to be Acura and McLaren pecking here in the GTPRO Invitational Series.
Yeah, I think that the Mustangs have certainly become, a bit more competitive. I think they struggle a little bit more on fuel potentially as well. But as well, you've got some fast guys in those cars too. And the whole team has been super quick and pretty even all season. So, and obviously those Eclipse cars, those guys are super quick. I think they're driving a pretty twitchy setup tonight. But they've got a crew of guys that can control it and make pace out. Obviously, particularly Damo out front, who's just flying. He's in a different postcode. But the other guys too are relatively quick and. Yeah, just hoping that we can compete with them and hoping Josh can still stay in that P2 spot.
Just stay with us here for a moment, mate, because your teammate Zach Kerr's been reeled in. It's only half a second back to Harrison Lillis now. Zach Ratway White is there third, and Josh Anderson fourth in that pack of four on screen there. Four different teams. And you've got two McLarens, an Acura, and then a third McLaren in that train at the moment. Remember that Acura lead this race through Eclipse SimSport and Damon Woods. Talk to us, tell us a little bit about what you know about Zach Kerr, because I couldn't help but notice it was a new name on my run sheet this time round, a new name in your stable, I believe, as early as this week.
Yeah, so he's debuting for us tonight in this, and how good a job is he doing? He's been brilliant. So very impressive work, given they might have caught, but it is also Harrison Lewis and Zach Ratway right on his tail. So yeah, credit where it's due. That's an incredible effort from him. We've actually worked with him a bit because he's actually a brilliant NASCAR driver, and we've been doing a fair bit of NASCAR with him. He's leading the ANC series going in during the playoffs at the moment. So he's been good to work with on that front. But it wasn't until the last couple of weeks I realised how good he was on road too. So nothing he can't do.
Indeed. Who's your money on? If it's not Damon Woods, who's your money on right now, mate? Byron Phillips, by the way, pit lane penalty for contact with car 228. Byron Phillips. Actually,
There you go.
let's be honest.
I don't think so.
He's not going to be able to serve that, Byron Phillips,
No, they're going there out of there.
because they've not been able to serve him. They've got to face the planet.
So well, hang on.
What happened there, Scott?
Hang on. Just wait up. This is a really good opportunity here. I know why Sam's saying it's harsh. I know why Sam's going, with the mindset. Where do you stand on being able to serve the slowdown penalty? Because we knew at that point in time that car did have a slowdown penalty.
I would say that he pulled exactly off the racing line to make sure that he was able to go around him so it could be served, and for whatever reason that car followed him directly to the inside off the racing line and then took him out.
Yeah, so that's fair enough. I think both sides of the story are fair enough. But I don't know. That's one of those ones where I do actually prefer to leave it to the stewards, and I don't care which decision they make. It's provided they can back it up, because there is two sides to that story. So.
Yeah, I understand, I guess, if you don't know that that's what's going on, but it's just an odd move, I guess, to take that outside, and a very tight line into it, when, that slowdown penalty is being served, and that was being trying to take offline. So, that's it was an unfortunate collision for them, but I'm obviously glad with the decision.
Look, I'll put yourself. I'm going to make you throw yourself in Byron Phillips' shoes. If you know that the car ahead of you has got a slowdown penalty coming into that chicane, are you trying to show the nose there just to sort of dissuade them if they have to brake at that point in time? Like, it's cheeky for sure.
Absolutely.
But are you trying to do something with that? Because if you don't, the car's going to serve it through the chicane. He's going to get no benefit out of it.
Well, I mean, you show the nose until you realise that person is taking the inside line, and then you move away from the inside line to try and open up that corner. I think it was relatively clear that was being tried to be served, but maybe the car body language wasn't communicated to Byron in the same way that we saw it. But that was what I saw from my perspective. I've got a car ahead of me that's serving a slowdown. I would prefer not to be right on its tail.
Fair enough. That's racing. That's like you said earlier. This slowdown penalty, sim racing thing. Here comes the second round pit stops. We'll let you go because there's obviously some work to do here.
Yep, fair enough.
Chabo, thank you, mate. Bad luck. I'll catch up with you Monday night when you're back in the Mazda MX-5. Go well. Enjoy the weekend.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Pit lane, hub of activity at the moment. You mentioned it, Scott Rankin, Harrison Lillis, Josh Anderson, Thomas Freeman, Jake Edwards, right on cue. An hour and 16 and a half minutes left on the clock.
I thought it was a really good opportunity as well, because right or wrong, take the insight he's got, and my insight again, I'm not as much of a driver as he is, but at the same point in time, I look at it and go, I would be saying it's harsh from Byron's perspective. I would also be saying it's harsh from the other side. Like there's no outcome from that incident we saw earlier on in the race. It's a good outcome. I think that's why we've seen such a long period of time to debate that incident. Because look at the time period that's elapsed since that happened.
Correct. And unfortunately, so talk us through the process now, right? Because that penalty's obviously been applied. It can't be served. What happens now?
I believe it'll go on as a carry in the next race.
Okay.
I believe. So.
Interesting. So already an invoice looming for those guys when we get to the Bend. Shell v Power Motorsport Park, and actually I must say I tripped up on my own wording there. I shouldn't have gone the Shell v Power Motorsport Park, because Shell v Power Motorsport Park doesn't have a the before it. It's the Bend that has the as part of the title there, so apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. But it is in South Australia. It's one of two South Australian circuits that'll be a part of the iRacing framework in the next short while, with the Adelaide Parklands on the way, of course. Hugely exciting earlier in the week. We're at the home of the Mexican Grand Prix. The Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez being announced as part of the next content drop from iRacing. And also, Scott, as we see a brilliant bit of driving there from Reece Wakefield to hold off John Peasnick and Brock Kelly and Blake Neck down the Mulsanne, and then on the run down to the end of the long back straight here at Le Mans. They'll then, of course, begin the climb up through Indianapolis and back around to the end of another lap. Interesting to get your thoughts on the fact that next year in the GTPRO Invitational Series. We'll have the Aston Martin on the selection table as well, mate. It's coming in Season 4. I know a lot of the GSRC boys will be very excited about that because we've got a new term of racing starting up the week before the October long weekend, so Monday, September 29. That was huge news. So to the Ford Mustang coming to GT4 as we have a look at John Peasnick up the outside of Reese Wakefield for position number 5, and then he had to back out of it. That was aggressive. That was forceful from Wakefield, but fair game. Peasnick will reach set and go again. Brock Kelly wants a piece of this as well for Summit Simsport, and Blake next there in behind them in position number 8. Leaders making their way back through. Ratway White's got himself ahead of Zach Kerr. Damon Woods leads this thing by 27 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the Circuit de la Sarthe. It's round 3 of the Gamesman, round 4 of the Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. Scott, your thoughts on the latest content drop news from iRacing?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I've been waiting for the Aston to be coming, and more importantly, I've been saying it won't be long and we'll have that Ford GT4. Rattray White's going to go the extra lap this time around. Everyone else is going to fire into the pit lane. And that will change up, running on it just a little bit. So, but yeah, I'm very, very keen for the Aston Martin. And because remember, the Aston Martin is one of the last few handmade cars internationally as well. It's not run off the production line. They hand build those.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, geez, bit of gamesmanship going on there. Peasnick and Neck make their way in. Kelly and Wakefield play on. Ratway White and Woods did the same thing. 27 laps done. We're on lap 28. Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series on the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group, the Sim Speed Esports Network. No, looking forward to the Aston arriving, so to the Mexican circuit. I reckon that's one of the great venues of world motorsport, and they've got 7 different configurations coming with that. So that'll be the NASCAR config, that'll be the Formula 1 config, that'll be the Formula E config, and then more. So looking forward to that immensely. Harrison Lewis making his way back through, having stopped the previous time around. Back onto the main straight, sitting 12th at the moment. This will vault him up the order potentially. This round of pit stops not yet complete. We're still cycling through for some of our competitors as Lewis makes his way back up towards turn 1. Once more, 1 hour, 11 minutes to run. Good to hear from Sam Chapman. Good to get some insight from race control as well with regards to where they sat with that penalty. Unfortunately for Byron Phillips. And even more unfortunate that they can't serve it tonight. They're going to stew on it for potentially 7 weeks and have to serve it when we get to the bend. Maybe they might enter a plea deal with race control, say, can we take a rear grid penalty and call it even? I'm not sure if it worked that way for them though, Scott.
Yeah, so for Josh Anderson though, cutting his way back through for Vanderbilt Sim Racing, so he's settling back in. But think about this from their perspective as well. They had to start way back in the field. They did get a qualifying lap together at the tail end of things. They were running out. I thought the Vanderbilt car. There was one car there that didn't get a qualifying lap together. I thought it was them, but clearly got my stats wrong. But yeah, we're into the final. Going to be into the final hour here in about 10 minutes' time, which will be really, really interesting to keep an eye on. New fastest up at the race, by the way, 3:52.7. Just back into 52s on the race pace, which that was the last time by for Damon Woods.
It was indeed. Oh, Adam Moore off the road. Car 268, Iridium Sim Sports, and it looks as though he's going to be able to reverse it and get it back going out of there. But this is down at the Mulsanne chicane. And he wanted to go left. The car was drifting to the right. Breaks out the tyre wall. He limps away from the scene of the crime. Bit of a sitting duck, unfortunately. Not up to speed just yet. He's going to get gobbled up from the left end, potentially the right as well. Hamish Collins and Lachlan Cable are side by side at the moment in battle for 16th in the motor race. That was the battle happening behind them. Oh, swallowed across to cover off Cable. Go to the second Mulsanne chicane.
Yeah,
inside 70 minutes to play. Damon Woods on pit road, Scott. Damon Woods on pit road.
Not surprised. That's right on cue for that car. So it's all about tinkering with the levels of aggression that you want to. Harrison Lewis at the moment trying to get racy. Sebastian Vandel in behind him. So Vandel's just come out of the pits. He's been handed the car for the last stint. I was actually keeping half an eye on this car. Vandel's only just gotten into the server in about the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. So he was also leaving it very, very late to get in. So he was out until very, very late on. But in the server, in the session now. And he's on cold tyres. So his next goal is to get it all together for this next lap and just sort of see what he can do and then start to press on after that.
Down to pit road comes Reese Wakefield and Brock Kelly. So too, Cody Deeth jumping aboard the entry of Damon Woods, and Zach Ratway-White's on pit road as well. Bradley Raju, Lockhart Brownlee making his way in. Top 6 all on pit road. That will cleanse the second time through. Cody Deeth leaving pit road no sooner than Lockhart Brownlee arrives on it. That's the dominance on display for everybody to see tonight at this particular moment. One Performance Racing, we haven't touched in with those guys for a while. They're sitting 13th and 14th at the moment. Whether they'd be happy with their pace and their position at this point remains to be seen. Again, would they be beneficiaries of a late race safety car here or not? 107.45, so 67 minutes and 45 seconds left in the car race, folks. Sebastian Vandel into third place now, climbing aboard the number 3 Eclipse Vermilion Sim Sports entry. Eclipse, Zach Ratway-White still aboard the 17 at the moment. There is still a pit stop to come though. That was only the second of 3, ladies and gentlemen. We've got another splash and dash ahead of us here on the run to the checkered flag at the Circuit de la Sarthe tonight. And so far, green all the way. No safety cars yet, after 7 of them at
Oh, hang on. We might have an issue. 268's backwards and in the barrier. There might be
that I might have just put the mic on it, mightn't I?
Yeah. There's absolutely going to be a safety car here for sure.
78 momentum. Oh yeah, absolutely. Where that's parked, there's no getting away with that. Oh, can you believe this? That
critically, this is just
the
after
Iridium
another
Sim Sport Adam Moore entry, and Adam Moore was in the wars only earlier in the previous lap, Scott. So
this is a dangerous window. This is a really, really dangerous window.
Yeah.
Have a look at the timer. So the next time these guys are going to come through is going to be about 1:03 on the clock. It takes you about 13 minutes to do a lap here. Everyone's going to dive in the pits, and this will become a semi-fuel game race.
There it is. There it is. The safety car has been deployed at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Oh boy, the game changes again. Bad luck, Cody Deeth. That 27-second advantage that you inherited to start your stint is about to evaporate. Big clout of the wall.
Turn.
He got the right, he got the left, he got the right again. He did the job on all 4 corners of the car. That thing's written off. The night is done for the Iridium Sim Sports entry with Adam Moore behind the wheel. We have our 3rd retirement of the night. And it's taken almost to the 2-hour mark to see the safety car that had been sitting. The safety car driver would have to be woken up, Scott. He didn't get a chance to sit there and have a kip at Spa. He would have been able to kick the feet up, put the feet back, kick the seat back, relax, etc. and so forth. And now, all of a sudden, he's been called to duty.
So, interestingly, I think you need to pit this lap, take your big fuel dump on, and I reckon everyone's going to pit again. So what's going to happen is we're going to pick up the safety car at the end of this lap. So Damon Woods has got 30 seconds. You may as well use that to come down pit lane and top off. Sorry, it's Cody Deeth. My apologies. Cody Deeth behind the wheel.
Yep.
Top off. And the reason that I'm saying that is even though we've just done a pit stop, he's going to lose that lead anyway, that margin he's already got. So you may as well fill the fuel tank all the way back up. But I think what you want to do for the bulk of the cars that are actually in this field is actually pit twice. If you're close enough to the front that you can get it done twice, and the whole field should be able to do that. Pit now, come back in and pit again next time by, because we're going to be on the fuel window next lap. If this safety car goes for 10 minutes, we're right on the fuel window.
Yep, 100%. I agree with you completely. There he is, Cody Deeth, straight on a pit road. They're aware, they're alert, they're awake to what's going on. But the question is, right? The question is, do you stop this time by?
You stop both.
Both. Okay, so because I was going to say, the safety car, if it picks up the leader, they might only go round once. We may see it go round twice, and if that does, then obviously everybody gets home safely, no worries. But we've got 20 minutes to sit here and film. We'll do that quite easily, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, we've got plenty to sink our teeth into on the information front. Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series BMW safety car hits the road at turn 1, 2, 3, and we'll pick up the leaders out of there. But as Scott has quite rightly called it, everybody dives in that time through.
There's just no point not to.
And now the fuel save begins.
Yeah, I'd be jumping off it now because it's just a splash. But I'd be doing it when everyone's going back green and trying to heat those tyres back up and everything at the same time. Get yourself ahead of fresh air.
Yeah. Well, there'd be nothing worse than trying to stop on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what we're coming down to, is we're right in the window of that last lap. This is so tight.
It's extraordinarily tight. It's the most inconveniently timed safety car of the series, quite frankly, for all these drivers, because Scott's trying to do a very good job of analysing it all for you and has done so, ladies and gentlemen. But these guys in pit lane, the strategists of the caper, they're tearing their hair out right now, trying to crunch the numbers, trying to work it out, trying to keep their boys in this fight. We'll pick it all apart for you on the other side. We're going to take a break at this point. We'll go side by side. You'll see the safety car leading the field around. We'll come back. It's the Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. It's round 4. It's at Le Mans. We're at the 2-hour mark, and we're under caution for the first time tonight. We'll take you to the checkered flag, commercial free, when we come back. Stay with us.
The Racing Series is a new milestone in Logitech G.
All the great old wheels, the G29, the G920, the G923, they all have their own unique way of connecting to each other, but there's no room for expansion with those products.
So the question arose was, what if we were to give the opportunity for the racer to switch out from a drifting wheel to a GT rim?
With the wheel hubs that we created, that's got a very specific button set, but you can replace any of the steering wheels.
And the real lovely aspect to this was we could give the user, driver and the racer the opportunity to experience different genres of race.
That allows drivers to craft high quality, customized setups that resonate with your individual racing style.
When we start with the design, we always start sketching. Very often, once we've got sketches, we start discussing with engineering.
We had 3 rounds of engineering testing or user testing where we invited in users from sim racing, and every single round of feedback we refine, the product based on what they tell us.
In this sim racing lab, again, we're going to use data to really analyze what a driver needs. We've used everything from eye tracking to the inputs from the pedals, the inputs from the, let's say, input devices, the wheel and the pedals, the shifter. We're taking that and we're compiling it so that we can build different products based on those individuals' needs for all consumers and all drivers.
I don't know of anyone else in the industry that's actually doing this kind of research into their products to see how their products are affecting performance of their users.
We've built the product to make sure that it's as reliable as possible.
So the innovations in engineering that I'd say we're most proud of is the sequential handbrake and shifter toolless changeover. This is now a patented system, so it's really easy for the user to just switch between modes.
If you give people the tools to do what they want, they will.
They will just go off and have fun.
Bit of a teaser there, ladies and gentlemen, as to what you're to Shelby Power Motorsport Park. That's better. Next time round in the Games of GTPRO Invitational Series, right here on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network and also the Australian Sim Racing Group. Great to have you along. Friday Night Motorsport, live, loud, exclusive and free from the Circuit de la Sarre. Safety car peeling away. And now things get really interesting with 57 minutes left on the clock, Scott Rankin. And who knows whether or not these guys are going to be able to stretch it on fuel. If we go green all the way from here, we're looking at, I reckon 15 laps. I reckon we can squeeze a 15th in. So it's going to be a stretch on numbers. You still think the right calls to come to pit lane this time by take the splash and dash, run the gauntlet? Let's wait and see how many people are going to adhere to your line of thinking.
So here's the thing. Is I was relying on there potentially being a second safety car lap. If there's a second safety car lap, it would have just been a no-brainer. Absolutely do it.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, and this is the tricky part. Oh, okay, never mind. That's a lap car diving out of the queue. That's actually fine. That's them trying to go. Yep,
that's good.
This is a fight. Let's go.
Yeah, agree. Back to green we go. It's Eclipse Sim Sport 1-2, Vermilion 3. The weaving begins as they start the tyre warming process on the run up the main straight at the Circuit de la Sarre. 55.50 to go on the clock. Can we get all the way through without A, another safety car, and B, another splash and dash along pit road? This is teetering on a knife edge, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourself in, buckle up and enjoy the ride. Andre Heimgartner has gone to pit lane. Bruce De Cavallio, he's gone to pit lane as well. And Andre Heimgartner too, and Adam Hughes is on a charge. The One Performance Racing entries, the Mustangs are 7th and 8th at the moment. All over the back of Josh Perlin as they hit them offside. Lap 31, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in, buckle up, enjoy the ride. There's a lot to come on the platforms of the ASRG and the SimSpeed Esports Network.
Yeah, the big reason for these guys jumping out of the queue, they know you just can't make it. So, again, what is this strategy about doing? It's about getting out of clear air. For both of those cars, they think they're a little bit out of sequence in terms of their running order. So they want some clear air. They want to get away from all the games that are being played up at this point in time. So this is all about giving them some clear air. Cold tyres as well. The other thing is, jump out of the pack also on cold tyres, because there's going to be a mistake for someone. There's going to be so much bottlenecking, so much biting going on.
Yeah.
And if you can just jump out, it just does something for you. Harrison Lewis is going to box Josh Anderson in. There's a big 3 wide moment as number 3 car. Sebastian Van Del's actually grabbed himself a slowdown penalty.
But the problem we've got here too, right, is we're at that point of the race now where you want to see these guys going elbow to elbow, racing hard, racing for track position. The problem we've got though is by running that gauntlet, making those moves, you're going to run the risk of selling yourself short on juice. Oh, trouble. There we go. Well,
the worst part is another safety car will ruin it.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Let's hope that car can limp its way back to pit lane. Still trying to pick up a red Joe on who that was, quite frankly. 953. So Simon Mesamo in trouble again. The second incident for those guys tonight. Luke Swan's already had an attempt at limping the car back to pit lane. He did so successfully. Simon, to his credit, that car looks in better shape than what it did when Luke was limping his car home. So let's wait and see how this happened again. Was it an isolated incident or was there contact? He's pulled out the road and lit it up on the exit. Oh dear. Bang. Tyre wall. Far better than the Yamco, but still, it leaves the rear right-hand side of that car on a downward spiral. Oh, trouble. Sebastian Bardell moves down to Josh Perlin and Adam Hughes. He drops 2 spots. The number 3 drops to 7th. He's going backwards at a rapid rate in the early stages of this final into the race.
That car started the lap in 3rd. And have a look, just gets a little bit wide at the apex there. On the marbles, a touch on the marbles, a touch out of the groove. He's just chasing the rear end, chasing the rear end, chasing the rear end.
That was very squirrely. And you're going to see a bit of that in the early stages here, folks. As the tyres come back up to temperature, we might remind everybody of the track and circuit conditions at this point in time, if we can, please, Jay. Down the outside of your screen there, 25 degrees the ambient, 36 on track, so that's holding steady where it was earlier in the day, 14 km/h easterly winds now. They were southeasterly at a point, and 37% humidity, partly cloudy conditions. 4:20 in the afternoon, that's on par with about where we run these races to this time of the day. You'll notice that daylight won't be an issue, unlike it is in this part of the world.
No.
Yeah, 953 is going to tow, so that's going to bring out the safety car again.
No, he's down on escape road. He's actually in the escape road.
Oh, he's okay then.
So in theory, this might just get released, although this will be at race control's discretion.
That's right.
Yeah, he's been given permission. So he pulled it into the opportune area.
We saw that once at Spa, and it kept the race green and alive, so that's not a bad thing for us. It's a terrible thing for the drivers, though, because that engine remains. That uncertainty around the fuel strap and the numbers at this point remains an issue for them to sort their way through. 51.5 minutes to go. Cody Deep has disappeared. 1 second up the road from Zach Ray White. Eclipse Sim Sport still 1 and 2. Vandervaal third. That is a great story for Josh Anderson to get Vandervaal up onto the podium for the moment. And several cars under review for weaving after the safety car move. After the safety car lights went out, I think that should be saying. After that move, after the safety car moved away from the field and, of course, relinquished control of the field to the effective race leader, Cody Deep. So several cars under review. Scott, they didn't clamp down on that second Spa-Francorchamps, but they're not going to give anybody second chances here.
Everyone was really off the Spa, so that is absolutely something to thought about. There was notes made, and there was a lot of penalties. In fact, I'll go back and actually pull up the list of penalties that were thought about and looked at Spa. All cars after safety car moving away will be penalised as the next race. No leading incidents put out by the stewards. These cars were found to be moving after safety car disruption. Lap 20, cars 826, 268, 228, 49, 69. Lap 32, 397. Lap 61, 826, 197, 995. So there's got a good 10 cars that will be penalised back at Spa.
Already?
Yeah. So
already. Oh dear. So the game changes again. And watch Bradley Rattu on the charge now in the top 10 for the first time tonight, the 025. He's all over the back of John Peasnick. Sorry, Daniel Poulton, I should say, on the run down to the end of the Mulsanne. They begin to climb up towards Indianapolis now. Deep, 0.7 clear over Zach Ratway White. You feel as though Ratway White's due a win in this series. Vandervaal's Josh Anderson third. What a great run that's been from him. First split times being lit up here. Second split times now showing 1 minute 34 between the first and second intermediate for our two race leaders. 37 seconds on the Jack's last time through for Cody Deep. Adam Hughes, 5th place at the moment. Finally, there's a Mustang in the top 5. These guys have been helped immensely by the safety car. He's in the tow of Harrison Lewis. Both of them vying for an outright podium here. But Josh Anderson is going to be one difficult target to pass. Unbelievable night of sporting drama, and it's going to continue right up towards midnight, ladies and gentlemen. Still 48.5 minutes remain. That's going to take us up to about 11:38 Eastern Standard Time, and that's if we get back to the line on time. We may actually have 3 minutes of overtime, depending upon when we get back to the line to see the white flag. So don't rule out a finish beyond 11:40 Eastern, and we've got some rapid fire through the post-race show this evening as well. Adam Hughes, 5th place at the moment, chasing Harrison Lewis back to the main straight. GTPRO Invitational, presented by the Gamesman. Next 2 rounds are on Australian turf. Aren't until October and November. You get a little bit of a reprieve in September, but we do have V8 Pro Invitational Series action with Thanks to Logitech continuing in the meantime. And looking forward to the Enduros starting up at the business end of the year as well. I know the boys have got a super sprint round coming up with Road Atlanta too. We'll give you more details regarding that at the end of the broadcast. Bradley Rattu in 9th right now. Finally, good to see him at the pointy end, at the business end of the night. had a rough run the last couple of weeks, but that McLaren is right where he wants it to be at the business end. They would also be helped with another safety car here because they've lost contact with 8th, 7th, 6th, etc., etc. Now, Adam Hughes and Harrison Lewis side by side. That's the fourth in the motor race. And Lewis is back down the inside trying to do the switch back, but he's under pressure immediately here from Josh Purwin as well. Purwin up the outside of the Vermilion Esports entry to P5. The comeback is on for Josh Purwin.
That's a slowdown penalty.
That completely. It's a slowdown, you're right. He's lost down to 7. McCartney's back to 7.
Yeah, that's how much one slowdown penalty's really cost him.
Oh,
He's gone from pressing on, and he was in the challenge, and he was sitting in 3rd spot. After that restart, I was just about to say, you know, what a good drive from him. He'd be really, really happy. He'd be ecstatic to be going back-to-back in 3rd spots. That's sort of fallen away. But now it just challenges him just a little bit. Everyone's playing fuel games up here. Everyone's playing fuel games. But the problem is, we went green with about 58 minutes left on the clock. That's a 15-lap stint to get home. The problem with that is that we went green with a 15-lap stint, plus the lack of fuel that we burned on the safety car. Now, it won't be much. It'll probably be a quarter of a lap worth of fuel, but you've got to save 15 or a quarter laps worth of fuel. Brent Hobson's got to run as well.
Unlucky for Hobbo. That's going to drop him down to position number 24. And all the meanwhile, the Ready Esports entry of Byron Pierce has climbed back to 17th. And also the One Performance Racing entry of Stephen McCartan has got back by Harrison Lewis. So that battle continues. Have a look at them side by side. Lewis pushing Purwin along. Wants 6th. Will get it too on the inside. The next target is Adam Hughes. Oh, this could end in tears, Scott. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Purwin to the inside. Pounces on Hughes, goes through. Hughes will fight back on the inside. No, he has to yield. But that might put him under pressure immediately from Lewis as they make their way through. Past the Audi Sports sign. Lewis down the inside, gets by Hughes. 2 for the price of 1. Thanks for coming. Hughes will look to get the momentum off the run, off that corner, and they'll go side by side. Have a look at this in the closing stages. The elbows are out, the gloves are off. The margin between 1st and 3rd is 1.8 seconds. They've put 5 seconds on this pack of cars already. Purwin trying to get some clear air. Lewis goes through on the inside of Hughes. McCartan tucks back into 3rd.
I really like the way I really like the way Josh Purwin just handled that one, because he got a lot of assistance from Harrison Lewis to get that pass done. Now the big issue is with this little battle pack, it was 4 cars just a moment ago, it's back to 5. But the issue is, you had 2 OPR cars here. They were always going to try and support each other with a little bit of draft. So what happened? Harrison sat in behind Josh Purwin to try and get it done, and then Purwin went back and repaid the favour. He went, you gave me a little bit of drafting support, you gave me a bump draft, you got me through and into this position, have some draft, you deserve a little bit of help back yourself.
Gentlemen, the answer to your question wasn't necessarily Bubba Azam or Johnny Bairstow, was it?
No. No, Australian.
Okay.
Australian bowler. And I'll give you the additional tip, is a spin bowler as well.
Oh, okay. Athanega?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have to think again. You said Test 99, didn't you?
Test 99, yep.
Yeah, okay. And hasn't scored a run in the Big Bash.
Yep.
Okay. I'll keep thinking. I'll go
You're
back
going to
to the drawing board.
love this stat when you finally figure out who it is too.
Yeah, correct. Anyway, let's focus on the car racing. Trouble! Brady Myers drops to 23rd. 2 wheels off the road and loses a bunch of spots.
Horrible for the 22 car. Absolutely horrible. It's just a bump from the corner. It wasn't settled in the tip yet. I mean, the bump, just a lack of down wasn't really good. And sealed it. Locker Paper's got massive damage to the front end of that Corvette. That is a Corvette. It looks like a McLaren the way it's looking, missing its front end at the moment.
It's Warney, isn't it?
Just, what's going on?
Anyway, let's go. Lachlan Cable in 785. Yeah, it took me a while to click to the fact that yes, he played in the early days of the Big Bash. Anyway, going back to the load rest in peace to great Nancy, by the way. God bless his soul, what a legend. Lachlan Cable, 17th at the moment, boxed in here, gobbled up by Ocean Colangelo. He's got Alan Briggs and Scott Hazler for company too. Again, 4 different cars, 4 different teams, arguing over the same piece of real estate. Cable sporting some damage on the front end of that car, it would seem, as they make their way down, or is it my eyes deceiving me? As they make their way down. Oh, there is damage, yeah, have a look at it. Ooh. Worse for wear front end of the Chevrolet. Two laps to go, the replay here of the bottleneck on the run to the final chicanes, the final sequence of corners. Okay. Yep. Oh, onto the main straight. And lost a little bit of so they were actually in tow with the next pack of cars and lost contact, getting caught up in their own squabble, coming back onto the main straight.
Yeah, but the downforce and speed of that 31 Chevy now is just going to be so significant. It's just going to be just a huge one of driving. It's already considered a handful to drive. So. Oh no, there we go, more contact.
Trouble in Morgan, the only BMW in the field tonight, apart from the safety car, of course, who actually could have scored championship points, actually, last time out. They got that many laps out on the circuit. Actually, no, it didn't quite finish 75% race distance, but it felt like it. Sebastian Vandel there in 8th spot at the moment. We're right on board with him. This is the number 3 Vermilion Esports entry. These guys have got 2 in the top 10. Orbit Drop Bear have got 2 in the top 10. One Performance Racing have got 2 in the top 10. Eclipse have got 2 in the top 10. Vandervaal and Antic have got 1 each. 1 horse in the race. We've got a Ferrari in 11th. Can a Ferrari end up in the top 10 at the end of the night? 40 minutes to go at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And the good news for us, but the bad news for them, Scott, is because of the time in which they've got back to the line, there's 11 laps to go in this race if it goes full distance from here.
So just having a quick chat. So we're expecting that 15-lap run to the checker flag. We're already 4 laps into that one. If you're the lead group, you're on your 5th circuit since coming out of the pit stops. So 10 laps to go from here. The trouble is, what are you going to do on fuel? And everyone, my numbers suggest that everyone that did not pit after we dropped the green flag will have to come back to the pit lane. So realistically, Bruce Carvalho and Andre Heimgartner are about the only 2, but they're not home and hosed. They've got to save a little bit of fuel as well. So it's not just push on, you're good on fuel. No, they still have to keep saving. So it is relevant for those 2 cars to the overall race. Pit lane transit time here is somewhere around 30 seconds or so. So you're going to see these guys, if they make it on fuel, jump massively up the water. It's a huge slide down. And the other big factor is we're talking about battling, how much time they're costing themselves. These guys just get there's no threat. So the big concern I did have for them was second safety car. The other concern is if they pick up and catch traffic, they've got to pick it off really, really quickly, or else their race plane goes out the window.
Big weekend of motorsport in the real world. This is just the launch pad of a good weekend on the couch, ladies and gentlemen. A huge weekend of entertainment. I'll run you through all of that towards the back end of proceedings. 38.5 minutes to go here. We've got Adam Hughes keeping Harrison Lewis honest in the battle for 5th at the moment. So Lewis on track for back-to-back top 5 finishes here, but he's going to have to fend off the would-be challengers. And we ride on board with Sebastian Vandel on the back of that train at the moment in 8th. Next target's Devin McCartan, then Adam Hughes, then Adam Harrison Lewis. They've lost contact with Josh Perlin. Perlin's gapped them and bolted 1.7 to the good. He's 4.9 seconds away from Josh Anderson, who has lost contact with Zach Ratway White. Here goes Vandel to the inside. Did he get it done for 6th, 7th? Yes, got it. Moves through, up another spot. The second best place Vermilion entry in the field. The other 2, of course, outside, having had a very disappointing ride at the office. Lewis Greathead, of course, down there in 30th position with Sam Chapman. They are still circulating. Liam Reston's dropped off, by the way, the number 55. Boys, not sure what's happening there. he's dropped out as well, so they've had a packet loss issue as well. So that's 2 of them tonight. Byron Phillips, the other one. William Reston, Jackson Ray Hart. Oh, you've got to feel for Jackson Ray Hart. He has not had a good luck run this year when it comes to his GT3 racing. There is no doubt about that. And I do apologise, there's only 3 Vermilion entries in the field tonight as well. So I for some reason I thought there was 4. I think there might have been 4 on the initial entry at the start of the season. And there are 2 Eclipse entries leading this field, 1 and 2, but they too have had their share of drama this evening, with the Byron Phillips entry dropping out of proceedings. Cody Jones fighting for a top 10 spot. It would be great to see Summit Simsport get into the top 10. It would be great to see them drag a Ferrari into the top 10 and shake things up amongst what is a plethora of McLarens, Mustangs and Acuras. 5 McLarens, 6 make it in the top 10 at the moment, 2 Fords, 2 Acuras. Cody Jones would love to make it 4 manufacturers in the top 10 tonight.
Yeah, would absolutely love to grab one more spot further off, considering last time out at Spa, both of these cars out of this garage didn't finish. So this will be a huge gain for them. Kobe was quietly confident we got an opportunity to sit and listen to him talk about the race tonight earlier on. And he was just sort of quietly confident. He was feeling good about the car, was feeling good about the speed. But that has translated back in. A little bit of luck sometimes. That's all you need after just running an average race on Jepson. At least he's back out there. But they'll not be happy with the result out of this car.
No, not at all. And again, Lewis Greathead back on pit road. Again, this has been a series that has delivered its fair share. Oh no, geez, that's unlucky. A little bit of a touch of the grass, and you become a passenger very quickly. This has been a series that has been a case of what might have been for so many competitors. I don't think anyone gets a real understanding or appreciation until they sit here on the inner sanctum and watch how it plays out, just how difficult it is to turn up on 6 selected Friday nights scattered between March and November, hit the ground running and be competitive and have everything fall in your lap and go right for you on all 6 nights, because that's the difference between winning a championship and not. And that's why Damon Woods, Cody Death and Dylan Burse are in the box seat at the moment. Cody Jones has gone to 10th. He has got by Daniel Poulton. So Poulton has been displaced for Antic Motorsport, and Cody Jones finds his way into the 10. And have a look at Harrison Lewis in there chasing. Sorry, that was Bradley Ratsu, my apologies. Chasing Stephen McCartan. That's the 9th place. The second of the Orbit drop their entries in the top 10. Harrison Lewis leads that train in 5th, trying to regain contact with Josh Perlin, who's now 2.7 seconds on the road. So the trains are thinning out. Less challenges aboard these trains now, Scott. There's more of them on the racetrack as a result of the way in which this field is slowly spreading out in the closing stations, and just how many might be doing a little bit of fuel saving along the way.
I don't think you can make it. You've got to press on. It's so much of a save, you just can't make it. But the problem is, how many are willing to take that opportunity to stop? How many are willing to press on and try and make it? And just listen to Bruce Carvalho as well. His fuel saving is getting longer. He is now saving more and more and more and more fuel. So it's fairly certain at this point in time we've got 45 laps. We're on the 36th lap of this race at the moment. So yeah, it's going to get tight on fuel. It's going to get really, really tight.
And that is going to make it absolutely fascinating and compelling for all of us watching on. To the right-hander. You've got a magnificent clear-cut view there of this 5-car battle pack at the moment. Stephen McCartan at the forefront of it, trying to stay in contact with Bradley Ratcliffe, Kobe Jones, Dean Mackay. Daniel Poulton, the floodgates have opened and he hasn't been able to contain them yet. He's dropped to Mackay and Jones now, back to 12. Down the inside went Mackay in the 999. Nice drive. Good fight from these guys all through tonight. Still in contention for a top 10. 32.5 minutes to go. And as Cody Dees comes through to complete yet another lap, there are 9 laps still to run. However, Scott, here's one thing for you. If we do have to transit the pit lane, that transit time alone would probably make it an 8-lap sprint from here. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you go to pit lane, it's a gamble because not everybody might take the same plan of attack here. They might not follow along the same game plan. So, yeah, it's fascinating. No one really knows how this plays out. However, I will wager you this. If we get a safety car, nobody pits because everybody will be okay on fuel. And then it becomes an open slugger dogfight with a checkered flag.
That'll be a good between jump the pit lane. So again, this will be cars that are looking to jump in early, get their stop out of the way. That was tyres though. Is that a driver swap on board for that car?
Let's have a look. No, not at this stage. He's sitting 24th at the moment, out of the mix.
That's a long stop. They've left tyres on that car.
They have 5 retirements so far tonight. Reston, Mesimo, Moore, Phillips and Wallace. Gartner's just gone into 25th position at the expense of Peasnick, who's on pit road, and that is a costly invoice.
Not in that car anymore.
No, and that's really disappointing for them. Make that 6 retirements tonight. Again, just when you think you know the script and the narrative and how it's all going to play out and piece together, another spanner thrown in the works. But yet again, the form guide reads true, Scott. I know you and Brenton were having the but again, it's eclipse, again, it's familiar. But with the added presence of Vendaval and all the drop there and one performance keeping them honest, which is good for the code, good for the series going forward, that these other teams are starting to make small incremental gains. It's taken a while, but it's no longer just a 2-team fight at the front of the field.
Yeah, tricky one, I think, because we're still in that window where everyone's still trying to aggressively fuel set. The problem is you're talking about times. Well, when you go back racing, about 58 laps to go, and sort of the furthest it can take is sort of 54, 55 minutes. We're still looking at, even if everyone has to transit pit lane, we're still getting that extra lap in. So I think we're still short-ish. It was just critical timing was the big factor.
Yeah, you know what? I would not be surprised if we see a couple of stops at the start of the very last lap. See the white flag, take a pit stop. And that might be something to keep an eye on. There might be a couple of drivers who run this tank absolutely dry, and they'll end up finding out that they're, inevitably in good company, because there'll be others on the same plan of attack, on the same course of progression. Still a long way to go. It could be 2 laps, but my best guess is that if you've got to bail out, do it at the last possible second. And if it is when the white flag flies, so be it. We'll go 4 minutes into overtime instead of 3. I'm okay. I'm here for it. Someone that's not here for it, though, is Jay Kennedy, because he's got a countdown clock running for me very shortly, telling me to STFU, if you can break that code. Good luck to you, and get out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, wrap the broadcast up and tell everybody that we'll see him at the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia in October. Dean Mackay, a good run from these guys, sitting 11th at the moment. Definitely a chance of a top 10, because we're talking about fuel and tyre wear and other things right now, Scott. A heavy emphasis on fuel. Let's not rule out potential late race incidents, because there'll be people, pushing these cars to the limit, trying to fend for track position. Let's not rule out a potential late race, Peter Brock, Mount Panorama 1994 moment. Shunt at the top of the mountain. Let's not rule out something like that being the sting in the tail of this dogfight as well. 27 minutes to go, 28 minutes to go. So 7 plus 1, that's 8 laps. I see no way in which we don't get to lap 45 tonight, this being 38, and 7 more beyond that. So it's going to be, a good 3 minutes of overtime ahead of us here, and that's even without the pit stop, ladies and gentlemen, as we head down the Mulsanne for the 38th time this evening. Logan Howard, Adam Jepson on pit road right now. Bradley Grattu's the one that's impressed me so far. That all but dropped their Neptune entry was outside the top 10 for much of the night. He's managed to get himself into the top 10. And they're there when the whips are cracking. They can see 7th and 6th in the offing. 5th is a little bit out of reach at the moment. That's his teammate Harrison Lewis, but they absolutely love the fact that they've got 2 horses in the fight in the top 10 at the moment.
I think anyone that's out there at the moment is sniffing and poking around strong results should be happy with themselves, because we've talked about survival has been a big factor. Using cars inside the top 10 dropping out, making issues, making mistakes, slow down penalties have come quite a lot. So a couple different ways to go. We're happy, a little bit frustrated with the result. There's definitely cars on both sides of the equation. We've got Adam Hughes challenging for third at one spot, now he's 6th, 7th on the road. So he's had, a rough night. Average night, great night, take the pick. We'll be sitting there and going, we drive reasonably well. I think he has done, but could it have been a little bit better? Yeah, probably could have, but timing, opportunity, all those sorts of things really play into it. This battle pack just inside and around the top 10 has just been interesting with a whole bunch of guys trying to break in as well.
Okay. 26 minutes to play. So Cody Deeth has already managed to put 3 seconds on, even with the safety car bringing him back to the field, he's managed to put 3 seconds on his teammate, Zach Ratway-White. You're watching Stephen McCartan holding on to a top 10 finishing position at the moment. Chasing Kobe Jones. That Summit Simsport entry isn't just in the top 10, it's 9th. Ferrari 9th at Le Mans. And the Ferrari has not necessarily been a prominent fixture throughout the course of this campaign, which is disappointing, because it's an exotic sports car. It's synonymous with this form of racing. We absolutely love the look, the style, the sound of the Ferrari, but it just hasn't had the poke of the likes of the Acuras and the McLarens and the Mustangs so far this season. Great to see those guys punching above their weight, really, with the car that they've got. It's a bit of an anchor for them, and they're sitting 9th at the moment. No reason why they might not be able to gain another spot or two as this race reaches its natural conclusion. 25 minutes to play as Zach Ratway-White brings us back to the start-finish line to complete yet another lap. And the margin is 2.8 now. He's closing. It's 2.8. It was 3.2. It's now 2.8. So Zach Ratway-White is on a little bit of a charge here. Let's keep an eye on this and see how it plays out. It'll be interesting for mine, because there might be some fuel saving going on. There might be some gamesmanship going on. There might also be well, hang on, we've got a championship lead even if we finish second. You guys are probably due one after the incident at Le Mans. We need you guys to get back into the fight so that we can run 1-2 in the championship. We'll gift you the 8 points that go with the race win, the difference between first and second. I'm not sure how that one's going to play out, Scott Rankin, but I'm interested to find out.
Yeah, certainly for sure. Just having a quick look back, I actually found what happened with the 456 car. They picked because they had to, they didn't pick because they wanted to. There was an issue with contact with car number 79, and it was at Carnage, turn 20. On my track map, some dedicated to turn 22. On lap 36, that was what triggered that car to sort of bent the right rear corner.
To the right-hander at the first chicane on the Malt. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. It's been a big night. There's still plenty to come. We're at 11:15 Eastern Standard Time. 1:15, good morning to those of you on a Saturday morning in New Zealand, and 9:15 on the West Coast. So hello to those of you on the other side of the Nullarbor, like the Brock Kellys, like the Connor Nixons in this field. It's an early finish for them. They can go out and have a cold one, have dessert once we're done. Here at Ipswich, everything's locked up. Once we get off there, have a good reason to. So that'll be straight to Betty by land for me. Ahead of tomorrow and the 10th anniversary celebrations that are taking place for this, with Jets commemorating their hugely successful 2015 rugby league season. Looking forward to that immensely. But in the meantime, we focus on this 5-6 car fight now. This is on in earnest. Hughes is 6th, Varndell, Ratu, Jones, McCartan, Mackay, 6th through 11th. One cough, one splutter, and you're at the back of that train. And look behind them, Scott. Byron Pearce is coming home with a wet sail. He's sitting 12th. He's only a couple of seconds off that train. If he can latch back on, he might be able to move his way forward. Daniel Portman was up there a few moments ago. He's trying to go back after it. Lockhart Brownlee sits 14th. So 3 all but drop their entries in the top 15. I'm not a gambling man, but I'm willing to wager that's probably the best showing from them all season so far in GT Pro. With thanks to the great team at the Gamesman. A big thanks to them for their ongoing support of the series as the naming rights sponsor. Don't forget, throughout the month of August, we'll show you the code. You go to the Gamesman website, ladies and gentlemen, and you attach that code on your screen there, GMPRO AUG5, GMPRO AUG5. Use that promo code for 5% off at the checkout, irrespective of how much or how little or what you purchase. 5% off at the checkout, courtesy of the Gamesman, because you've tuned into the GTPRO Invitational Series. GMPRO Org 5, 5% off at the checkout there. Thank you to Jay Kennedy for getting that one up there. And don't forget, of course, Scott, the Logitech G Play Day is coming up as well.
Yep, that is as well. Play more, save more, exclusive deals across every distributor available with Logitech gear from September 8th to October the 6th, culminating in the Logitech G Play Day on September the 18th as well. Starting to see ourselves a battle for second place on the road, and Josh Anderson is starting to really harass and challenge Zach Rattray-White. And don't forget, remember, Jake Burton took the wheel of this car, slid back, didn't have a clean first stint. It's sort of been a recovery effort ever since. But Ando has put the blinkers on, got the head down and gone after him.
There he has, right on board with him now. This would be a huge result for Van der Waal if they can wedge themselves between what has been a terrific scrap and what has been a terrific onslaught, really, from the Eclipse Sim Sports stable. Right, left, the lifting and coasting has begun. The fuel-saving games are on in earnest. But that would be a huge result for Van der Waal, Scott, if they could wedge themselves between, score second on the podium, and deny Eclipse Sim Sport a 1-2 here, in the same way that they were denied cruelly by their own, incident at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. So it'd be completely different circumstances, but it would still be a spanner in the works for those guys, a little bit of a dagger in the heart. Yes, they'll take the race win. Yes, they'll take the podium. Yes, they'll take the points, but they would be disappointed not to have a 1-2 if Josh Anderson can pull this off. And now look at this scrap and squabble. Bradley Ratu has his hands full. Oh, contact, definite contact. Varndell and Jones side by side, exchanging phone numbers. They were that closely together, ladies and door in door. How they didn't come up to blows is beyond me. My goodness. My goodness. And now look at this. It's on behind them as well. Have a look at Dean Mackay. Stephen McCartan down on the inside. Kobe Jones and Dean Mackay makes a huge run against by both of them. Mackay to 9th, McCartan back to 10th, and Jones back to 11th. But how lucky they were, Scott Rankin, Kobe Jones, and also Sebastian Varndell, that didn't end in tears. I couldn't find the right word a moment ago. It took me 30 seconds, but we got there.
Yep. Yeah, very, very lucky not to end in tears as well. But have a look, everyone's now just giving up the patience game, the fuel-saving games. The only reason that Josh Anderson's playing with Zach Rattray-White is he's got the room to. There's no one hunting him down, there's no one pressuring him, and he's the one that's applying the pressure. So that's why he's playing the game, because he's got the opportunity to. Now back to the inside, though. And this will be the battle, I think, between 606, sorry, my apologies, not the 606 car, it's the second of the OPR cars in this change. Stephen McCartan, the 51 machine, was earlier on the leading OPR car. Now it's the second one, and it's going to get a little bit of assistance from Dean Mackay to shove its way through there, and then Mackay is going to use that to grab 2 spots in 1.
Brilliant. And the battle is on for second. Anderson still lurking, looming large, ready to pounce on Zach Ratway White. 5 laps to go. Oh boy. It's tense. It's intense. We say 17 minutes, but it is 5 laps. It's close enough to 20.5 minutes coming away, ladies and gentlemen. So that's 3.5 minutes of overtime. And Dean Mackay has bailed out of it. He's gone to pit road.
Smart, because he was just starting to see the whole pack squabbling amongst themselves and starting to cost each other a little bit of time. So again, that's him just diving out smart. Press on, like, make time on my own.
Here we go again. There's the Summit Sim Sport entry. Kobe Jones still under pressure. Phenomenal drive from Zach Ratway White so far, withstanding the pressure. But it's not over yet. And Anderson's the type of character, Scott Rankin. As you can see the sweat on Zach Ratway White at the moment. He knows the stakes, the pressure that's on here and what is at play. But what we know about Josh Anderson is he's one of those very consistent performers, formidable driver, true campaigner.
Seriously,
he will keep Zach Ratway White very honest all the way here, won't he?
Keep your eyes on the grip that Zach Ratway White's got in the steering wheel. Watch his right hand, so that's our left hand in the shot. Look at the way he just moves his hands around. He prefers when he's got his finger, his pointer finger, up and on that wheel. That's a really odd grip. That is not very common in terms of the grip. There's something I've just noticed. We're watching him, and I can remember, I was watching clips back from the last race. He's done that for a long time. That's not a new grip. So this is something, but that's just a very, very odd grip, the way that he goes about things. See the right hand that's on the wheel? See where that pointer finger's, that's not common that you do that. So either that's a problem with the hands, are just slightly too big for the grip or the wheel that he's got. And that's just a unique way of solving. But he's just fidgeting the whole time as well. Yeah. So he's that kind of fidgety style driver. And again,
he's like the Rafael Motorsport is what you're saying.
Yeah, he's just a tinkerer, constantly fidgeting with something.
Oh, don't worry, I'm the same here in Central Commentary. I can't sit still, so I can relate to it entirely. Yes.
I just got an update directly from Jack Vlahovic for Momentum Motorsports. They will have to pit again.
Okay, copy that. So it's going to take them out of the fight there as well. Most of these guys are going to have similar fate, I think you'll find. Although Josh Anderson must be saving some juice, surely, by getting away from Zach Ratway White. Will it be enough to get him home? That's what remains to be seen. We're going to find out at the end of 45 laps, ladies and gentlemen. There'll be 4 laps to go when Cody D hits the line this time through. Phenomenal scrap further back. Kobe Jones there on screen in 9th place at the moment. Bottom shot. Top shot is the lead battle. So, yes, we're not side by side per se. We're top and bottom, ladies and gentlemen. With the totem pole on the left-hand side. You're watching the battle for 6th. Kobe Jones is 9th in that. Bradley Ratchett has got himself up to 6th, ahead of Adam Hughes, ahead of Sebastian Vandal. So the orbit drop there, boys, have got themselves where they want to be. Back-to-back on the running order at this point. So too are Eclipse. Vandervaal is 3rd, Vermillion 4th. Josh Perwin under no threat at the moment. Nor is, of course, Josh Anderson. Anderson is applying all the pressure to Zach Ratway White. Cody D continues to lead and extend the lead out beyond 7 seconds now. So it's going back in the right direction for him and Dylan Burst and also Damon Woods. That team has been formidable from the outset this season. Been on the podium in all 3 rounds so far. 2 of them have been on the top step of the podium. And that's why they're the championship leaders. That is why they are the unbackable favourites with the final 2 rounds ahead of us in October and November. Just 5 weeks apart, those 2 rounds. October 17 at Shell V Power Motorsport Park. November 21 at Mount Panorama Bathurst on what is a huge weekend for the Australian Sim Racing Group. More details on that later. Have a look at Anderson. Just getting ready to SMS. Zach Bratlow White, reach out and say, hi, how you going?
Can I get a pizza delivery? Have you got them in the trunk? I'll take them, thank you.
How good. 4 laps to go. Who would you rather be at this point?
I'd rather be in Josh Anderson's shoes, because you just get all the... There's nothing that Rattray White can do. No matter what he does, because if he starts trying to fuel save as well, you just save harder. So the only thing that will happen is if you start getting backed up into Josh Purwine, that's the only time that it'll really matter. But still, even then, you've got more fuel in him. So you've got time, you can play the game, you can play it back against him as well. So it kind of doesn't really matter. And the other thing is he's now saved enough fuel that he's been stuck here for that long that he can press on a little bit. And if Rattray White goes, oh, okay, I'm going to let him lead, well, he can try and take off down the road. So if Rattray White tries to save the fuel, he's not got enough time to cover it back off in the other direction.
No, definitely not. Final few stages here, ladies and gentlemen. For that Ferrari of Kobe Jones, that's the driver of the night as far as I'm concerned. Take nothing Curas and the McLarens and the Mustangs have done, but we expected them to be formidable forces here. Kobe Jones is getting my nomination. The 25 is getting my nomination as a package for the driver of the night leaving here. And I don't just say that because I'm well connected through the GSRC with certain members of the Summit SimSport stable. I'm saying that because that is a Ferrari in the top 10, punching well above its weight here. And credit also, I guess, to the only other non-Acura McLaren Ford in the top 15, Lachlan Capel and Hayden Veld down in 14th in the Chev Corvette as well, Scott. But again, they started the season strong. It went up in smoke for them at Fuji. They started to crawl their way back into the fight at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. But truly, once you record a 0 score in this series, it's a long road back. But they'll always go down in the record books as the first winners in the Games from GTPRO Invitational Series. That's something that no one can take away from them, ever.
They shocked if you didn't do it too, which was the big thing.
Yeah,
they did a great job. So, you know, that's something you're right. No one can take away from it. How about the drive as well from Brady Myers? Remember, remember I said there was one car I didn't think to the qualifying time earlier that I expected to? Yeah, it'd be this guy.
Yeah.
Jake Maloney was behind the wheel of this car in qualifying, failed us at that time. So they made that mistake, starting from the rear of the field. 32nd to 15th, and that is Lachlan Capel car. I was about to say, is that a new car with damage on the front end of it? No, that's one we've already seen.
Job done. Josh Anderson a second. Josh Anderson a second. The Vendaval entry has put McLaren second in the car race. Have a look at that for Commitment Plus on the run through the final sequence of corners on the 42nd lap, and Rattray White's got him back. Was there a slowdown here for Anderson coming through onto the main straight? Have a look at this for a moment. Yes, there was. There was a moment there for Anderson, and Rattray White's going to blast back up on the outside. So it's again Acura 1-2, McLaren 3. But is that the last of it for Josh Anderson as Lockhart Brownlee bails and goes to pit lane? Oh, it's all happening, Scott.
Yep. Now, there'll be work to do because they're just barely in the toe as well. So if Anderson can run another reasonably quick lap, they'll be okay. They'll be able to pull back into it and be a lot closer to Rattray White. But that takes the fuel saving game up, you know, just for a few moments. But pretty critical, I think, between those two.
Indeed. Oh, boy. Plenty unfolding here at the moment. Of that, there is no doubt. Adam Hughes sitting 7th. It's been a good showing for the Mustangs as well for PR. Has he got anything left to offer Bradley Ratu? There are 2 laps to go when we get back to the line. Even though there'll be 5 minutes on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, we will go into overtime. Again, something about us in overtime, Scott Rankin. We don't get any extra pay for it either, quite frankly. Apparently Jay does. He's on a minute-by-minute pay deal, and I don't know how he managed to negotiate that, but I'd like to have a conversation about it at the end of the season with regards to next year, quite frankly. Well, he didn't really, ladies and gentlemen, but he was jobbed in, thrown under the bus that way by Brenton Hobson earlier today, and that's a moment for Bradley Rutter. Wide through the Mulsanne chicane.
That's unfortunate here, because they're in a great spot.
Is this going to trigger a slowdown, and will that prompt Bradley to lose a couple of positions here?
Should be okay. Should be relatively okay. Yeah, they're actually fine. Another car actually has just picked up a black flag. It's the 525 Blue Ball Racing team, so that'll be incident point related.
That would be, absolutely. Anderson is now only 0.65 behind Ratway White. So again, the pressure is on here as he tries to claw back the deficit for a second time. Unbelievable drama in the closing stages. I don't think we're going to be able to... I'm going to go around the grounds between the race finish and the post-race show, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we're going to be able to bring you the results from MotoGP's second practice session because that is still underway. It'll be finishing at midnight Eastern Standard Time, by which point I've been told we've got to be off air, or just after. So stick with us for that. But MotoGP making its debut at the Balaton Ring in Hungary this weekend, Sunday night. You'll be able to check it out on Fox Sports around Australia. Marc Marquez has just been in incredible form this season, not dissimilar to the form that Cody Death and Damon Woods and John Burst find themselves in here in the game from the GTPRO Invitational Series. Down into the end of the Mulsanne Straight we go. We've picked up the 826 down the order. That's Logan Howard. He's actually chasing Robert Crisdale. This is the 21st position on the racetrack, believe it or not. A Momentum Motorsport entry, as Scott has already alluded to, need to stop again. And the leaders are all in. Here we go. The leaders are all in. Well, can you believe this? And they're going to cross the control line as well. So it's bound to be 2 laps, regardless. Yep. Because they haven't seen the white flag yet. They will do that next time through, irrespective of how much time they burn here. And I therefore think we're in for still 45 laps as they head back out onto the racetrack. But the problem is we're going to go an extra probably half a minute into overtime in order to get the job done. They make their way back out onto the racetrack. They're well clear of time. Don't worry about that.
Toby Jones has thrown barely any fuel at this car, so he must have been in fuel state conservation mode. He's gained a lot of spots, so he's probably got to save some. And I'm just a little bit concerned that Hughes might have crossed the pit lane exit line because he had a tyre out there. Yeah, no, he's fine. He got away with it. Okay.
We'll check it anyway. Kobe Jones in 7th, make it 6th now on the inside of Byron Pierce. But does Pierce have to stop, or is Pierce good to go to the end? Pierce already needs spots in 7th spots, and McLaren's making a late surge here, just as they did in the Mustang at Spa. Harrison Lewis still holds on to 5th. Josh Perlin up into 4th spot. In all of that, the game changes again. A quick one to Vanderbilt 3rd. 1.7 now, Zach Ratway to Josh Anderson, so that's done. Cody Death 8.4 over Zach Ratway White. The closest battle on the track is that one for 6th, and the one behind it is the 2 teammates for 8th. And then Bradley Rudd, who's lost out and gone back to 10th completely. Dean Mackay sits 11th, and Sebastian Vandel back in 12th.
It's not times up on that timing car. This is critical. There's the amount of times that we've had stopped in this last stop. So remember, all different GT3s, they normally take a balance of performance on this. We don't in this series. There's no balance of performance that's been applied as well. The McLaren has the largest fuel tank of a lot, but it also has the highest fuel burn per lap. I think the Acura is actually fairly gentle on its fuel burn. But if you have a look, the Acura is 7.1, 6.6, very short fuel burn. The Ferrari, though, have a look at Kobe Jones' 5.6 second stop. If he doesn't have the same juice, I would be very, very surprised.
Stephen McCartan in 10th place at the moment, fighting with Bradley Ratty. Ratty's past, up into 9th. McCartan pushing him along. Oh, it's nice and spicy here with only 11.5 Circuit de La Salle. How good is a GT3 racing on a Friday night? This is exceptional. Little bobble there for Radu. Byron Pierce in 7th. They make their way through. Second last time. That is a phenomenal run from Kobe Jones for what could be 6th position. But Byron Pierce definitely has something to say about that. Top 5, pretty much home and hosed as long as they don't make a mistake. Down the inside, there was a move being made a little bit further back, but I think Byron Pierce is tucked back in and yielded anyway. Cody Deet's about to see the white flag, ladies and gentlemen. And there's going to be about a minute to go when he gets back to the line. That signs us up for about 3 of overtime on a huge night at the Circuit de La Salle. Are you ready for one more time around? Lap 45 is upon us. We've gone beyond 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. We're fast running out of time here, ladies and gentlemen. The clock's about to expire, but not before Cody Deeth gets back to the control line to see the white flag with about 57 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, yep, there it is, 57. White flag in the air one more time around. And these guys have just been at their clinical best yet again. And they're going to reach out and put at least 1, maybe even 2 fingers on the championship this time round. We'd love to see it go to Mount Panorama, but the odds are firmly in their favour going to Shell v Power Motorsport Park next time out. Zach Bratwell White second. Josh Anderson, Josh Purr and Harrison Willis bottom a shot. Have a look at that from Kobe Jones and Byron Pierce. And Byron's under pressure from Adam Hughes now. Look at Adam Hughes. Almost conjoined to the McLaren in front of him of Byron Pierce. Magnificent. Stephen McCartan 9th, Bradley Radu 10th. Again, it's 2 orbit drop there. It's 2 One Performance Racing entries. It's a Summit, it's an Areti down the inside. Brilliant from Adam Hughes to go to 7th.
Yeah, had to be concise because this is the last opportunity to sort of scythe your way through and have a crack. Kobe Jones is not saving. He's pulled margin on these guys. In fact, he's broken the toe to them. So as they continue to squabble, he's confirmed 6th spot for himself.
A magnificent result for Ferrari and for Summit Simsport. Their best of the season so far, I think I'm right in saying. An overdue result for those guys, they'll feel. And they'd be right to feel that way as well. Look at this. Pierce back up on the outside, the inside now of Hughes. Contact. Millimetres in that. They barely got away with it. Hughes on to reset and go again. Ratu's all over the back of McCartan like a cheap suit. This for the final 2 spots in the top 10. Can Dean Mackay find his way back into the top 10? On to pit road, break the pieces, Andre Heimgartner. That's unfortunate for those guys. Harrison Willis has bolted. He's got 5th locked down. Here comes... The door just got firmly slammed in Adam Hughes'. McCartan's got Radu for company still. Mackay's not out of this yet. Final half a lap. Cody Deeth and Zach Bratwell are going to secure that 1-2 that eluded them at Spa. Vanderbilt are going to be on the podium. That's a phenomenal drive from Josh Anderson. Have a look at Bradley Ratu. Pushing McCartan all the way. And here comes Mackay as well. To the right-hander. Full throttle, full horsepower. On the run up towards Indianapolis now. And now look at Hughes down on the inside. He wants the spot of Byron Pierce in 7th. Pierce, I don't think would be willing to give it to him freely. He'll have to work for it. He's on the outside. That's the wrong place to be as they head down to Indianapolis. And that is very nicely consolidated by Pierce. He holds on to 6th for now. Ratu has got by around the outside. of McCartan for 9th. And now, oh my God, there it is. We were waiting for it. Mackay gets through. McCartan's left in the weeds. McCartan's going to drop down. Unbelievable. Mackay's trying to retrace it. Sebastian Varndel's going to get himself into the top 10 as a result, Scott Rankin. Sebastian Varndel's going to steal 10th to the death. Daniel Poulton up to 11th. Lockhart Brownlee to 12th. And it just unravels, unfortunately, for Dean Mackay and Stephen McCartan. But in the meanwhile, these guys have been faultless from first until last. It is a third consecutive round win. It's a second for them in the Acura. Chalk up round victory number 3 for Cody Deeth and Damon Woods in the Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. Friday Night Motorsport conquered at Le Mans by Eclipse Sim Sport 1-2. Zach Ratway White secures second. That's redemption for Belgium. Third to Josh Anderson. That's a great drive for the Vendeval stable. The Millions, Josh Perwin in for 4th. A difficult night for those guys, but they got home in the end, and that was despite having an incident earlier in the piece. Harrison Lewis and Kobe Jones make up the top 6. Byron Pierce held off, Adam Hughes for 7th, Bradley Rudder in for 9th, and Sebastian Varndell steals 10th. Unbelievable drama late in the piece, and it's not over yet, Scott Rankin, because the squabbling for the minor placings still unfolds.
Bruce Carvalho's just lost 2 spots, and remember we said this is a momentum car. This car is on a fuel save. So, uncertain of whether or not this car will actually make the flag. In fact, he's lifting out already, so he might be out of gas.
Unlucky.
The Iridium car, one of the Porsches just in behind it's out of gas as well, so a bunch of cars cut fine on fuel. Pass through the final chicane, why don't you? Or can you see that?
I was just having a big gulp of a lime, Golden Circle lime mix-up, boys, just to try and lubricate the tonsils after that final up call. Cavalio's out of fuel. That's unfortunate, but we knew it was going to be tight. That's why most of these guys made their way back to pit lane for an unexpected 4th stop in the end. That wasn't in the script. A poorly timed safety car for the sake of the cohort, but not for those of us watching on from the sidelines or at home right around Australia and the world on the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and also, of course, the SimSpeed Esports Network. We've enjoyed that. We hope you have as well. It's an Eclipse Sim Sport 1-2, and they continue their dominance in season 2025. They left Daytona a little bit disappointed, but Lockie Capel and Hayden Veld one up them, but they have been the standard, the benchmark for the competition to try and reach and match and surpass in the round since Scott Rankin, and the competition is yet to be able to do so.
That's the problem, isn't it? You've got to challenge that 56 car. If you want this championship, well, you're going to have to come over and try and take it off them and try your very, very hardest, because it is going to be impossible to do so at the moment. They've got to make a mistake. They've got to put themselves in the wrong position and have something bad go wrong. Now, the big thing I will say about that car is they've got to manage their egos going into these final couple of rounds. They are quick enough, they are good enough to be there, but traffic will be an issue at both the Bend and at Bathurst. If we go green for all 3 hours of both those circuits, Bathurst, we're going to get a safety car for sure, but that will be something to talk about.
Indeed it will be, and looking forward to it immensely when we get to both Shell V Power Motorsport Park and Mount Panorama. And that is a huge week because you've got the co-driver sprint race on the Wednesday night for the 1,000. You've got us on the Friday night. And then you've got some support action on the Saturday, the 1,000 on the Sunday. That is an enormous week for the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group, and we'll have every second of the action here live and exclusive and free for you across the SimSpeed Esports Network. Cody Deeth tonight, too good. Got the better of Zach Ratray White, Josh Anderson, Josh Perwin. Again, when you look at that top 10, 2 Vermilions, 2 Orbits, 2 One Performance Racing entries, 2 Eclipse, a Vendeval, and a Retia Summit. I'm missing someone in there, aren't I? I've mucked that up. 2 Eclipse, 2 Orbit. No, 2 Orbit, yep. 1 OPR, that's right, because the other one dropped out late in the piece. So 1 OPR, 1 Areti, 1 Vendaval, and 1 Summit, but still Eclipse, Orbit, and Vermilion end up in the top 10 twice, and they've done it beautifully. Manufacturer interest, of course, 1 Ferrari. There was a Ford in there, a small swarm of Acuras and McLarens. Outside the top 10, Daniel Poulton got 11th in the end. Lockhart Brownlee, Dean Mackay. Unfortunately, Stephen McCartan has come through, but it was 1 minute and 6 off the pace. And that's why Mackay was trying to redress it, but then I think he gave up because I think he must have thought that McCartan wasn't going to be able to rejoin the race, and he just got on with it. But expect a post-race investigation into that one, I'm sure. So a bit of overtime for our race control tonight. Dean Mackay 13th, Roisin Colangelo back to 14th in the end. Adam Briggs 15th, the best of the Synergy Sim Racing entries. Brady Myers, Lockie Cable, Stephen McCartan, Brendan Hobson, and Robert Crisdale made up the top 20. Scott, talk us through 21 through 30.
Yeah, outside there, William Morgan from Brewster Carvalho managed to limp that one back home in 22nd out of fuel. Scott Hasler, Logan Howard, Andre Heimgartner, Nick Kearney, Ben Jeffrey, Sam Chapman, John Peasnick. This is where we get into the retirements. So 4 laps down from Kearney back, 8 laps down for John Peasnick, Liam Reston 14 laps down. Outside the 30, a few more cars to jump through on this one. And we'll have Adam Moore from Simon Mazzomo, Byron Phillips and Tommy Wallace, all a multitude of laps down. And in fact, I actually don't think these cars will be scoring any points tonight that are this far back.
No, that's exactly right. Just give me a second here, guys. I've had a bit of audio just blast through my eardrums unexpectedly. That was not in the script. Sorry. Trying to set up work after the broadcast and didn't think the audio would start playing automatically. But anyway, that's a rookie error from me. Now, got to go and have a quick chat to these guys in the top 3. On the way there, just for footy fans, Raiders over the Panthers in Golden Point 20-16. Storm over the Bulldogs 20-14. Caven very happy because Mum's a Bulldog supporter, so I won't be hearing from her tomorrow. She'll be very quiet. Collingwood edged out Melbourne. Upset. Collingwood stay in the finals race. 82-76 over Melbourne, and Port Adelaide controversially over Gold Coast 71-67. Gold Coast now must beat Essendon on Wednesday night to get into the finals, and I'll go through everything else that's coming up this weekend at the back end of the broadcast. Hard to know where to start analysing that one, Scott Rankin, but I reckon we start with our third place men. Let's get Josh Anderson and his co-driver in here, shall we? Josh Burton, of course, sitting there ready to have a chat with us as well. Damon Woods is standing by with Cody Deeds. Zach Ratway White will be here as well. Jake Burton and Josh Anderson, boys. Good evening to you. Almost good morning, actually. We're almost out of time here, but we'll make it quick. 3 hours around the Circuit de la Sarthe. A real gutsy slog and fight from you guys every step of the way. Josh, let me ask you this. You made the move. You got by Zach Ratway White, and he very quickly got back past you. How close were you to being able to consolidate that move and push on with it, mate? It was an impressive drive. You made him work for second. Third place, still a great result for you guys.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I got to slow down. It's pretty... Twice in the last stint, I got 2 dumb slowdowns, which I was pretty annoyed myself about. So, yeah, it was awesome to go side by side with Zach through there. To be honest, it was kind of much of muchness because I knew that he was going to get me back anyway. Like, I thought maybe if I get a good run through the first sector, yeah, like we were half a second slower down the straight. We did no prep, which is probably obvious because we were very slow down the straight. I just found some dock shop set up and we raced on that. So yeah, when I realized how fast they were in a straight line, I thought, oh shit, we're in for a long night. So honestly, getting third's pretty good. Yeah, Jake did a mega job. So obviously in a car that was like, we drove the McLaren and it was loose. Like the car was still sketchy. So seeing just how fast those guys were in a straight line, like how loose their car would have been, because we were, half a second quicker in the last sector, right? So it made for an interesting race probably because we, massive strengths and weakness in different spots. But yeah, like so I think Zach would have got me anyway. It was kind of just a let's have a crack and see what happens. And then I got to slow down, which is pretty silly. But yeah, credit to those guys. They put the work in. They slapped us. And credit to them. They did a great job. Damo especially was mecca quick.
Yep.
And like the last team was fun. We were just obviously there was like fuel questions, and then it was a fun race.
Okay. I'm hoping we're still on air, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the test pattern going up in front of us at the moment. Thank you, Jack.
Sorry, I talked too much.
No,
Take it as
it's
off
not
air, I
you.
talk too much.
It's all right. It's usually me that's doing too much talking, mate. My screen's just gone green. That's all. It's we'll push on here. I know we're still going, so that's not too much of an issue for me. Let me have a chat to you about a couple of things here. After I bring your co-driver Jake Burton into the discussion, mate. Talk us through it from your standpoint. Great result. How nervous were you in the final stages there, watching that battle of a second unfold? Because we were enjoying it here in Central Commentary, but I can imagine a bit of nail biting going on.
Yeah, I think Josh had pace. I think there was never any chance we were going to race that front car, but I think Zach was coming closer and closer to us, and I think with a bit of help of the tow, I had faith that Josh should be able to catch him. It's just obviously catching and passing is two different things, and obviously it was a great fight between the two of them. But I think just to reiterate what Josh said, I think they did some really good work this week, and they obviously had a car that was very hard to drive, but very fast in a straight line, which meant they could, we had to work twice as hard to get a move done because they had so much more top end, and where we were using, where our car was fast was just not, not in spots that we could really use. So I think, yeah, Josh did an excellent job with the car we had, but ultimately, those guys put in the work. They went to a track with long straights with a car that was fast in a straight line, and that's a really good combo. So yeah, congrats to those guys. But yeah, good race. It was fun to be a part of.
Indeed. Guys, I am very pressed for time here, so I'll quickly rip through this. Josh, going back to you, when you talk about that safety car, that defining safety car moment in the race, it kind of threw a spanner in the works for everybody's strategy, game plan, etc., and so forth. We were wondering if you were tucking in behind there and just happy to poke along, follow Zach through in a bid to fuel save, but it would seem as though that wasn't a viable option at all.
Oh, for sure. Like you save a lot more fuel when you're in the tow, right? So I wanted to break the tow of the guys behind because I wanted them to be leading their train, so they burn more fuel. And then I wanted to try and catch Zach. So obviously then I'm saving fuel. And I got it to him, and then I got to slow down. So I was really annoyed at that. Like, that was so stupid. But anyway, that happens. So that meant I had to work hard the whole stint to get back to him. So you burn too much fuel. But it's definitely the idea is to, like, initially we were like, oh, can you fuel save to the end? Like Jake was like, the number 7.08 or whatever it was. And I was like, not possible. So, yeah, I don't think it was ever possible to get home. At least without doing 4-minute lap times. But you want to obviously save because you knew I got to stop coming up. So the more you save, the shorter your stop is. So, but yeah, I obviously kind of screwed that up. So that's why I come third, not second.
Well, yeah, and fair enough too. But in saying that, let me get one more comment from you, Jake. Let's take the positives and the negatives here, right? Obviously, you're ruining that it wasn't second, but take a positive here that it is a third, it is a podium finish. You guys, crack it on to the third step of the podium ahead of some of the heavyweights that you managed to hold off tonight. Josh did a great job in terms of that final stint, fending off the would-be attack from the likes of Vermilion and Orbit Drop Bear. So third should sit well with you guys, I would hope, going into the final 2 rounds of the season, and hopefully you can take some momentum from here and apply it to good results at both the Bend and Bathurst.
Yeah, that's it. I think Eclipse are the class of the field in these GT cars, and we tried our best with what we had tonight. It's easy to sit back and say, oh, we didn't do enough prep, but there were still 37 odd cars behind us, so I think we should walk away pretty happy with this one. Congrats to the Eclipse guys, and I think we've probably been robbed of a couple decent results this year. So even though it's third, and Josh and I are two of the most competitive guys on the planet, so we would have loved it to have been first or second. But I think, this is still probably, our best result of the season. So Bathurst is going to be a tricky one because it's obviously clashing with our supercar weekend. That's going to be quite a challenge. But the Bend will be interesting for sure. But I'm looking forward to it either way.
I don't have enough time, obviously, to ask you about the juggling act of that week, but let's let's actually palm that off to Hobbo and get him to get you on the podcast to talk about, because he's in the same boat, juggling these driving duties in the supercars and the GT3, and also, of course, the admin for that week as well. Final comment from you, Josh, and then we'll get Jake to do some thank yous here. Your thoughts on the bend and what fills the gap between now and then? It's nearly a couple of months away. It's about 8 weeks before we go back racing in GT Pro Invitational, thanks to the gamesmen. I know you guys will be busy with supercars between now and then, but how do you go about setting up for the GT Pro, the newest venue on the server as far as Australia is concerned?
Yeah, mate, it's I guess the first thing, it's not like the old days where I was at school and I had an endless amount of time to do sim racing. Between work, my real racing, I do some obviously work for VRS as well. That takes up a lot of time. So you kind of get to races and you're like, oh shit, I got a race on this week. I got to try and find time to practice. So so it definitely isn't like how it used to be, that's for sure. But that's just life. So I'm kind of happy there's a bit of a break. You know, you find, like, I think this week we got racing Scops, and then we're going to race the Logitech series in the V8 on Wednesday. So yeah, it's busy, and you got to try and find time to do practice, right? I like the bend. I like it a lot. I think it's a really fun track. So I can't wait to race there. I think it's gonna be mega. Hopefully everyone, you know, there's a big turnout. People are really keen for it. Will it provide good racing? The jury's out on that still. I think probably doesn't provide the best racing, but it's a hell of a lot of fun to lap. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And then I love Bathurst, so I think Bathurst is probably my best track. So if I'm always keen for a race around Bathurst, so I can't wait for that.
Looking forward to it immensely. Boys, congratulations tonight. Final comment to Jake to thank on behalf of Josh and yourself, the people that are responsible and make results like this happen.
Yeah, huge thanks to Josh for trusting me with the car this week. He did a pretty killer job, and of course the crew at Vendaval as well as TTR. Obviously, we're very intertwined and work together on a lot of these things. I know the other two cars didn't have the greatest night tonight, but appreciate all their work nonetheless, along with our supporters. And obviously Josh and I are both, you know, VRS coaches and supported by VRS, so a huge thank you to VRS for continuing to support us too personally as well, and obviously to the series and to you guys, and excited for the next one.
Looking forward to it immensely, boys. Well done again. Vendaval on the podium. Third place at Le Mans, what might have been, had it not been for a couple of slowdowns, but to go punch for punch with the benchmark of the championship at the moment, well played. Enjoy the sleep that follows this race. Good luck with the supercar stuff. In the meantime, we'll see you when we get to South Australia.
Cheers, mate.
See you, mate. Have a good one.
I will indeed. You guys too. We're just about to hit midnight. Scott Rankin, probably a good opportunity to get. It looks as though he's only got himself here. It looks as though Zach Ratway-White's a little bit lonely as he joins us in the booth to have a chat with you, second place tonight.
Zach, interesting race there tonight. Obviously, a little bit of dialing it back in the early phases of that race, and then some work to do after the car was handed over by Jamie Christensen. That was a challenging one to sort of fight your guys' way through from a little bit deeper in the field.
Yeah, I think qualifying was just a case of who got the best toe, and then in the race it was quite painful to watch Jamie get every slowdown he could find on the track. He did cop a rather large spray in the chat, so I feel like that was pretty warranted. I think he racked up at least 15 across his 7 laps of some BS. So yeah, I think that's my round by round spray of Jamie. At least he turns up, which is good.
At least this time he wasn't injured, so there's that.
Yeah, well, apparently he wasn't feeling too good tonight, so neither am I.
Scott can sympathise with that, Zach.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah.
Mate, look, challenging. I know for you guys it was a little bit frustrating getting the penalty late on the piece last time out as well. But P2, obviously more championship points on the table. That's the big target. Is second realistically the target now? You just gotta be there. You gotta be in the hunt and hope for something to go wrong for your teammates, which is a horrible thing to say.
Well, I'm not catching P1, so I mean, if we can snag second, that'd be good. I think the penalty was probably warranted last round, but I think the doubling up of it was a bit rough.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what you get in the rule book. But hanging on.
I'm
for
with you on
P2,
that one, Zach.
Yeah, is what it is. It's racing, I guess.
Mate, in terms of
Absolutely.
things, we're off to the 2 Australian rounds to finish off this championship now. Strength of this car and what the car selection will probably be like at the bend. Is it going to be stick with the Acura, or what are you thinking next round?
No idea, to be honest. I think both of our cars are probably not the greatest there, so I think we might get a little bit more competition, which would be good. But yeah, I'm not even sure. I don't think I've done a GT3 lap there at all yet, so God knows what the best car is.
Mate, finally, preference between this thing or a dirt sprint car and the 410s from last night after a good result there too?
Did you watch the race?
No, I didn't. I was out last night, so.
I didn't make the feature, so no, I'd rather prefer this one. This car was sketched tonight, so it was I'd almost prefer the V8, which is a wild thing to say because that thing is a pig. But I would prefer this.
All right, thank you very much for your chat, mate. Enjoy it, and we'll see you next time out.
Thanks, Scotty.
Finally, we're gonna go ahead, brother.
No, I was going to say the age-old adage, Scott. Some of these people do their best work after dark. I think Zach Ratway-White gives his best post-race interviews after midnight.
Yeah, just don't feed him after midnight. Who knows what will happen?
Oh dear. All right. At this point in time, let's get our winners in here, boys. Let's wrap this baby up. Let's bring this baby home and have a chat too, as we did at this time when I was in Grenfell, first Saturday morning of July. We say a very good morning once again to our race winners, Damon Woods and Cody Deeth. Cody again with the tough part of the assignment, finishing off the exceptional job that Damon started, bringing that thing home. Well done to you. Were you a little bit nervous when the safety car was deployed and that deficit was wiped away?
Oh, absolutely, mate. I keep getting screwed by these safety cars every time. That Damo's got, 15, 20-second lead. The safety car comes out. But, fairly happy with it. Pace was actually a lot better than I thought, so I was pretty happy with that.
Clinical drive in the closing stages, though, mate, to work that gap back out to what was 8.5 seconds in the end. You must be very happy with how the car was dialed up, how you guys were dialed in, how everything just fell into place for you beautifully tonight. You didn't miss, a marker. You hit all your points, and it showed with the way in which Damon firstly built up that lead and you went on with it. You would have been a little bit disappointed with the timing of the safety car, though, because what should have been just, a one-stop stint ended up being 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't bloody credit Damo enough, mate. The car was on rails. Probably one of the best cars I've driven. Just how fast it was. Like no one could really touch us in a straight line, which is nice. Bit sketchy in the corners, but really fast on the straights, which made up for it.
And Damon, as we bring you in, mates, to be fair, Cody's already set it for us. You set that thing up beautifully, and he's brought it home. Not just set it up in terms of getting the car prep, but then obviously your faultless drive through the first 2 stints as well, mate. Well done for that. Were you surprised by the way in which you were able to pull away from your teammate, Zach Ratway-White, considering that you guys are in the same stable and the same car, but you guys left them in the rear view?
I guess the kind of the pace advantage to Zach was a little bit surprising, but in the end, Cody and I have done a lot more GT3 racing than Zach has, and also more racing just in general at Le Mans. So understanding the little quirks of the track kind of help, especially going through the Porsche curves on a low wing setup. So we were able to maximize 2-3 tenths maybe every couple laps over him through there. So that's where that kind of advantage came from. But if you look at going through the chicanes on the Mulsanne and even Sector 1, it was very, very similar pace-wise. So there's only little elements that really kind of contributed to the big pace advantage. But yeah, that just comes with laps and experience in this kind of car.
Indeed. Circuit de la Sarthe, Le Mans, you guys have now claimed 3 wins on the trot, and it doesn't matter whether it's the McLaren or the Acura. You're very comfortable with both.
Yeah, it's all just comes with with special event stuff. You're always hopping in and out of cars to try and get the best BOP. So it's not like you're locked into one manufacturer. Like if you look at guys at Ferrari Esports or even Coenda, they're generally locked into one manufacturer. But trying to beat guys like Redline, you got to be in the best car, so you always got to be driving, something that is able to perform, and and that's why we're able to hop in from McLaren to Acura to say we even went to the Ford, just that kind of diversity and ability to build a setup, contributes massively, and makes life a lot easier when it gets to crunch time.
Cody, to bring you back into this, and I'll get Damon to chime in as soon as you're done, because I'm pressed for time here, boys. We've got to wrap it up in about 6 or 7 minutes. Give me your thoughts on the next round of the championship, potentially putting one hand on the trophy to make the task, the assignment when you get to Mount Panorama, all the more easier for yourselves. How much prep work goes into Shell V Power Motorsport Park, and how are you feeling about your chances of continuing this winning streak when we get to South Australia?
Well, I hope we can do well. I'm not really sure what the car is going to be around there. The Ford and Merc seem pretty strong at the moment, but I'm sure we'll be able to rig up something for that track, and it's very different to this track, so a lot of fast slowing corners, so it'll be interesting, but I think we should be able to get on top of it.
Damon?
Yeah, I mean, I think McLaren's probably not the strongest choice. I would definitely rule out the Acura. Unfortunately, after the new tyre update, it really just hasn't seen a big pace kind of boost. It's good at the tracks that require a bit of straight line, so Daytona in here, but on the tight and twistier stuff, it's not as good. So I think McLaren's probably going to be the choice. Obviously, we'll test both, but looking to that, I think McLaren's going to be our pick. And even still, it's not going to be the strongest car. Ford looks very strong, and also Mercedes, based on official leaks there a couple of weeks ago. So we'll see how we go. I'm sure we'll be able to manage something, and hopefully a bit of the real life experience from driving at the Bend a couple of years ago comes into clutch. So see how that goes.
And to be fair, we were a little bit surprised that the Fords didn't feature a little bit more prominently here tonight for the exact same reason, that straight line poke, among other things. Hey, boys, sum it up for me. Hand out some thank yous. I know there's people that you want to thank, people that contribute to this success that you guys are enjoying at the moment, not least, of course, your own individual performances, but I know you've got sponsors and the like that you want to acknowledge at this point in time. So we'll start with you, Damon.
Big shout out to our sponsors, 56 Sim Coaching and Lutzer Driver Performance. Keeps us on top of our game, so big shout out to them. Zach Ratt for his endless kind of desire to try and achieve the best, so he pushes us all further forward. And also Deeth for being a cracker teammate. Being able to compete with someone at such a high level, both here and internationally, is really cool. So big shout out to him, and also you boys for putting on the broadcast and putting on a fantastic show for everyone.
And we'll hear from you at this point in time, Cody Deeth.
Oh yeah, shout out to Damo, obviously, great bloke, probably the best driver I know at the moment. Shout out to Zach Ratt, always putting in the work, even if sometimes it doesn't go his way with teammates. Jamie Christensen. Shout out to Byron Phillips as well. He really was having a good night till he wasn't. Big shout out to Kobe Williams. He always tries his best, even if he's doesn't have the teammate to back him up. But all around good result for the team, and on to the next one.
I feel as though there might have been a subtle couple of drive-bys happening there from Cody Deeth on the aforementioned people, but nonetheless, well done, mate. Congratulations to you and Damon. Great result again. Look forward to your company when we get to the Venn Motorsport Park, Shell V Power Motorsport Park in South Australia in a couple of months' time. Go well.
Cheers, boys.
See you, boys. Have a good one.
Final thoughts. I think I got 30 seconds to squeeze in from some final thoughts from Scott Rankin now. Or not. Are you there, Scott? I'm not sure Scott's there. I think we've heard enough from Scott for the night. The Games of GTPRO Invitational Series continues Friday, October 17 at Shell V Power Motorsport Park. Round 5 of 6, the penultimate one of the 2025 campaign, 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 4:45 on the West Coast, and of course 9:45 in New Zealand. Coverage from Wednesday, August 27, 7:45 p.m. Eastern for round 8 of 12 in the Logitech G Pro V8 Invitational Series as well. That is from Road Atlanta. It's a super sprint round, and you can join Scott Rankin and the Sandman for that. Don't forget our naming rights sponsor, the Gamesman. Gamesman.com.au. Use the promo code GMPROORG5, GMPROORG5 for 5% discount when you get to the checkout. It's been a phenomenal night here. We've had a lot of fun. Logitech G Play Days as well. Play more, save more. Exclusive deals September 8th through to October 6th. And Logitech G Play is happening September 18th. So keep an eye out for the keynote address that goes with that as well. We've enjoyed your company this evening into this morning. We hope you've enjoyed the action as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. Disappointing night for the Australians in the cricket, but we've had fun here at Lemoore nevertheless. We very much look forward to your company when we get to Shell v Power Motorsport Park in October. We're very much at the business end of the championship now. 2/3 of the campaign done. We're whittling out the pretenders and the contenders. We're sorting those two packs out. But there are some teams there that had their fair share of hard luck tonight. Summit Simsport, Liam Reston, Jackson Rayhana, 9-5 Simsport, Simon Mesimo. Of course, the Eclipse Simsport entry of Byron Phillips, the Vermilion Esports entry of Sam Chapman. All those guys competitive on their day. They've got a real chance of bouncing back and being one of those spanners in the works for our contenders, being race contenders as opposed to championship contenders, and helping shape and make and break the championship for those contenders when we get to the Australian rounds of the series from October. We look forward to your company for that and more on the SimSpeed Esports Network. On behalf of Scott Rankin, Jay Kennedy, our entire broadcast commentary and production team here, go out and have yourselves a great weekend, everybody. Thanks to the Gamesman, OG Gear, Logitech, Playseat, MPI, Max Pappas Innovations, Motorsport Australia, and the SimSpeed Esports Network and the Australian Sim Racing Group and everybody else that makes this production and this series possible. We look forward to your company next time. Enjoy what is a smorgasbord weekend of sport: Rugby Championship, US Open, NASCAR, IndyCar, MotoGP, you name it. There's plenty on. Women's Rugby World Cup, English Premier League, etc., etc. No excuse not to be sinking your teeth into and absorbing some great sporting action this weekend. From all the crew here, I'm Zach Caban. Have a great morning, everybody. Bye for now.